Are we live? I can't tell if we're live or not. I can tell that my AC is too loud though. Oh. Oh, I'm gonna suffer for this one. Are we live or not? Control panel doesn't tell me anything. Alright. Channel content, live. Is it public or not? Yeah, it's public. Okay. Where's my hat? Oh, we're finally live. Hello there. Yes, live from Iowa. I gotta figure out what to do with this keyboard. No lapel microphone today, unfortunately, because I have a new streaming PC, which is super kick-ass, but it doesn't have a working microphone input yet. So, found this at Goodwill, and I hope that it's not halfway bad. So, do let me know if the audio is trash. And I know that there's going to be at least some issues with me moving around the room and, you know, being further from the microphone or being too close. So we're just going to have to deal with that. Oh boy, but hey, I got a second camera. I had, past tense, a solution for the, sorry, I just took my allergy medicine. It's going to take a little bit to kick in, but I did have a solution for the lapel microphone, and it involved, it's here somewhere, but hell if I can find it. I was going to use my camcorder and connect the camcorder to my computer using the HDMI capture that someone sent in. I've lost that too. This is all within, here it is. I was going to use this Zerofi ZEA 800 and my camcorder connected via HDMI, and then I of course could have the lapel microphone connected to the camcorder, and then I couldn't find the power cable for the camcorder, so I'd be limited by the battery length, and the battery length is like half an hour, so that would not have worked. Anyway, can you see that second camera very well? Looks like you can. I hope you can. I want to start with this because this was the biggest disappointment of like the last 2 months. This works perfectly fine, and I got it for free. And I'm sure you're asking yourself, that looks pretty friggin' good. How the hell is that a disappointment? Well, sorry again, allergies. I very suddenly needed to sell a computer. I'm like, you know what? I just got this for free. I bet I could build this into a pretty good PC because it looks pretty cool. Ripped it out of its old case, put it in a brand new case, built the whole thing up. I did record a video on this, and I got right up to the point where we verified that it worked. And I'm like, okay, cool. And I looked over here and I'm like, what the hell is socket 941? Turns out that's AM3. I swore this was an Intel board because it's a Asus Crosshair 4 formula, and I'm only ever used to the I can't remember what they're called right now, but I'm used to the Asus Hero series being Intel. Turns out this is a Phenom 2, so this was not the sudden saleable computer that I thought it was going to be. But it is a Phenom 2 X6. So this is a real 6-core processor with 8 whopping gigabytes of gigantic RAM. So we will be looking at this. I I just wanted to get this out of the way because it was so disappointing. I thought that this was like an X79 board, or at least like, you know, Z78 or something. But I was very, very wrong. So, on to the first thing that I want to do today. We're going to do two tests. The first one is I have a system that is very unlikely to work. I want to know if it does work, because if it does, it wouldn't be super useful, but it would be cool. And second, I found this monitor in the trash, so I want to see if this works too. It looks like it does, but if I touch it wrong, it falls off the stand. So, oh no, you're not late at all. I just started a couple minutes ago. No, the Phenom 2 is a yeah, you're not wrong. The Phenom 2 is a pretty good CPU. It's just not like gaming grade today. You're not going to be playing. You probably could play Cyberpunk on it, but it wouldn't be super amazing awesome. That's what I'm saying. In the end, I ended up selling a system with an i7 8600K, I want to say, and that is undeniably better than the Phenom 2. So, yeah, let's get this, because I think that this is a cool computer. I don't have enough room for any of this crap. We have got our hands on a Chief Tech Dragon case. This is fantastic. Unfortunately, this was flooded, so that's how I got my hands on this. One of my friends on July 3rd, I think, they lost power at their house and their basement flooded, and I went over to help them clean it. Saw this lying around. They go, "Oh yeah, I haven't used that in years. Gee, I wonder why." It's socket 939. I'm pretty sure there's going to be like an Athlon 64 in here, but additionally, it's not actually attached to anything. I don't know how well the second camera shows up. This is just bouncing around loose, and when I saw it, it was leaning against the side panel. So now remember what I said. Oh, this has a rocket fish power supply? I didn't know they made power supplies. Okay. So, what on earth? Is this just to help pull it? I mean, that's kind of cool. That's weird. I forgot where I was going with that. I was so distracted by the rocket fish and then that weird ass thing. Yeah, sure, R7 360. Those are great cards. Yeah, no, it absolutely does push more than the FX 8350. The whole FX series was such a disappointment, and I say that as someone who bought into the FX series. I had, for the longest time, an FX 4350, and that was just like my only PC because I couldn't afford anything better. And my friend with his i5 2500K was just super smug the whole time. So, it does lack AVX instructions. I'm just catching up on chat real quick. Let's see. There's just not many graphics cards right now on Facebook Marketplace in Ames that are a reasonable price. I mean, you've got someone with like a bunch. I think he has 12 RX 580s. Gee, I wonder why he had 12. I wonder what he did with those cards. He wants $100 a piece? No. Someone's got like a $120 GTX 740, I think. There's just not a lot of good stuff at the moment. There will be. There always will be in the future, but at this particular moment in time, there just isn't much. Oof. So remember what I said about allergies? This is covered in cat hair. So, what we have is an A8N SLI. Funny enough, I used to have this exact same board. Did I sell this to him? Oh my god, no, this is not going to work. Alright, let me see if I can even show that. Where's the camera? Right there. Do you see that? I don't know if the camera can even focus on that. This is so hard to do. I don't know what chip that is, but it has exploded. Wow. Oh. No, this is not going to work. I don't even want to fire this up. This could... Alright. Okay. Time to talk about when to not test something. When to just give up right away. I don't know what this chip is. This could be the sound chip, but I doubt it. It is a... I don't recognize that company. It's a AGK 49.1. I don't know what that chip is, but it is completely exploded. This was on fire at some point. Not joking. One of these capacitors is crushed here, presumably from flopping around. And the reason that this was probably disassembled in the first place is probably because it didn't work. I could maybe fix that chip by sourcing a replacement, but I'm not very good at that. And the truth is, this board is like 30 to 40 bucks on eBay. It would be super easy to just... I think I have one of these somewhere. I'm pretty sure I have one, but you know what? That's okay. Let's pull the RAM. This is going to be, I believe, DDR2. No, this is DDR1. Okay, so this is definitely an Athlon 64, but these are 1 gig sticks of DDR1. That is useful. Quite useful, actually. Alright, let's see. Yeah, there's so many RX 580s here. Hey, for 45 bucks? That is a fantastic card for 45 bucks. Holy cow. Yeah. Oh no, you're not that late. We've been going for like a couple minutes, maybe. Good to hear about your shoulder, though. So, I've got a bunch of hand towels here somewhere. I see one. Whew. Let's find out what the hell this is. Oh no, it's that kind of thermal paste. Where's my knife? God damn it. There it is. So, I know that it looks like I'm kind of creeping around, but let me show you why. Let's take our secondary camera, and I have a few parts just kind of waiting to be built here. That's what I'm trying to step around. That's what we're going to be building today. So, hell yeah. Let's get this thermal paste off. I'm sure my wife won't mind if we get it on the carpet. Athlon 64, just like I called. Oh. Looks like a 3800 plus. Nothing special, but not a bad chip. I'm a big fan of the Athlon 64 series, but unfortunately, I remember what happened to this. Okay, I spilled root beer on my table during the last stream, and this got root beer on it. Anyway, yeah, so that's as far as we're going to go with this particular board for the moment. Disappointing about that chip. Any hardware I put in this board is now at risk if I turn this board on, and I don't want to kill additional hardware just because this might have half functionality. So, what else is in this Chief Tech Dragon? Cooler, as expected. We've got another SATA cable. SATA cables are always useful. Fun fact, there's no such thing as a SATA 1, 2, or 3 cable. All SATA cables, in theory, unless you get like a really, really cheap one, all SATA cables from the beginning of SATA up until now have the same theoretical data throughput. Ooh, what's this? Hell yeah, IDE. Okay. And What the hell? Obviously this is a backplate, but this... Oh! I didn't even realize that the whole cooler assembly was gone. Okay. Where's the rest of it? You know what? Maybe he had a... Well, no, because we found this cooler. This uses the stock bracket. What the hell happened in this case? There's some sticky pads here for cable management. There's a spider. That's cool. Wow. This is just... I'm going to have to clean this real good. But I think for now, we're going to leave this alone. I will say this. We actually have some big plans for this case. Because... yeah, there's just as many things on this side of the table as well. This is all water cooling stuff. And I have actually managed to find, of course they're not here now. I don't know, I don't want to dig for them. Anyway, I managed to find water blocks for socket 603, 604, and 771 because they all use the same pattern. So we are going to water cool that awesome new Skull Trail board as well as one of our HEDT systems. And this is going to be the case we're going to do it in because... oh, they're way over there. Oh no. Oof! I have two 80mm radiators and two more double thick ones on the way. And the idea is we're going to put these on the back of the case. You can see it a little better in the main camera than in the desk cam. But we're going to take where these two fans are and put two radiators. Or at least that's my hope. I don't actually know if it'll work or not. I hope it does. Put this with the motherboard, not that it really matters since it's dead. But that's the plan. No, you're fine. Yeah. Oh boy. Let's see here. Oh no. I had a friend that was an EMT and he got COVID and died within like a week. That was terrible. Yep, socket 939. Let's see. Just catching up on chat real quick. It's not that I wanted to belittle the Phenom 2. I love the Phenom 2 series. I have like 3 boards with the Phenom 2. It's just, in that moment in time, I thought I had a Z78 or an X79 board, and I thought that I was going to be able to build a system and sell it because I had a bit of a budget deficit. And I'm like, this looks like I could probably get $400 for this. And then I turn it on, and it's a Phenom 2. I'm like, no, this is a $50 computer. So, cool computer. Not what I was looking for at the time. And the gigantic Noctua cooler made it look like it was more impressive than it was. That's all. Let's see here. So, the hoses to the block are actually not going to be a problem because, and I'm going to tip this towards the desk cam, the radiators will be here, the outlet's right around here, but the actual blocks, on the motherboard I'm choosing, the CPUs are on this side of the board. They're towards the front of the case, with the RAM behind the CPUs. So there should be plenty of space in between the outlets and the CPUs. Or however you want to phrase that. So I don't think we're going to be able to do much with the Chief Tech today. Unfortunately, my friend did lose the swinging front door, but it's still a Chief Tech Dragon. These things are incredibly hard to find and surprisingly expensive. This should be like a $60 case. Just look up what these sell for on eBay. Oh dear, let me get this out of here. I'll grab this board too, since we're not going to be able to do anything with it. And the side panel, which I forgot. Okay. Coffee. Oh, goodness. Oof. Hello, Bjorn. HDX. Okay. Oh, that would have been a fantastic system for XP. Absolutely. Now let's see. The radiators that I got to be cautious because the CPUs that I'm going to be cooling are 150 watts each, and it's a dual CPU board. Each CPU will have its own dedicated loop, effectively. And just in case those radiators aren't enough, I have actually picked up some double thick radiators. This is going to be a very weird build. Whew, yeah, this is going to be weird. So let's see. What we're mostly going to be doing in this stream is seeing what works and what doesn't. Because a lot of this stuff I've either never tested, or the last time I tested it was in 2017 before I moved twice and had things packed away in 7 different containers without anti-static bags, because, you know, that's how you do it. Now, first things first, this was actually a donation PC. Well, donation parts, I suppose. Who sent this in? Was this Mike? I don't remember. I believe this is a 6th gen ITX motherboard. I'm hoping that it uses DDR3 because I have a ton of that, and I have almost no DDR4. So, right now it's got a Pentium G4560. I don't know anything about this, but it's probably dual core. I would be very surprised if it was 2-core 4-thread because they reserve the i3s for those. Oh, Elmo, you want to see how many systems I'm going to build today? Roughly that many. There's actually more on the other side of the table. So, I have an event that I need to attend at 7 p.m. It is currently 1 p.m. for me, you know, Central Standard Time, so we've got about 6 hours to go. Whew, you're up early. Or late. Let's see. Oh, we will absolutely be getting weird today. I think this is the one that you sent. It does have damage on the SATA port. Yes, I think you sent in 2 ITX boards that time, didn't you? Speaking of which, one of the things we're going to be doing is we will be building, or at least trying to build, again, that Windows 98 PC for Augie. Let's see. Yeah, no, I absolutely need to get some of these things out of here. The problem is, I don't have a lot of time, and if I were to dedicate 1 video per system, that means I can get 1, maybe 2 systems built, like, per weekend, and nothing during the week. I just don't have time. So, things have been piling up. Most of these are going to be donation computers, but I have picked out some of my own parts from my own backstock. Those are going to be computers that I try to build and sell, because I'm trying to upgrade to a 4K camera. I've already sold a couple computers, so I'm halfway to the amount that I need. $500 for this camera. It is a JVC. You know what? I'll tell you what it is, so you guys can look it up and tell me if it's bad or not. Oh, there it was. It's a JVC GY. You know what? I can just type it in chat. Where's my keyboard? Oh, that's right. I put it over here. Oh. It's like an H180 or something. It is a JVC GY-H180 U Ultra. That's the camera that I'm looking to get for a couple of reasons. Number one, it supports multiple media codecs, or not just codecs, but multiple media slots, for SD cards. It is 4K. It's pretty high quality 4K. It supports, I don't remember if it supports XLR input. I don't really need it, but nice to have. And it's big. It's a big friggin' camera. And from personal experience of getting thrown out of the 4th of July parade when recording with my cell phone, back when my phone's over here, it's not in my pocket, back when this thing worked, I can't record with this. If I start recording with this, I get maybe 5 to 6 minutes before it shuts down from overheating. It also does that when I watch YouTube videos. So... Oh, you're from Ghana. Cool. Oh yes. Now my wife made me sleep in the garage once already, last time that this was absolutely covered and stuff, so I gotta get this done before she gets home. Let's see. Yes. That was one. I actually do have some XLR microphones. They're XLR wireless, for like interviewing people and things like that. I intended to bring those to Vintage Computer Fest, which means I have roughly 1 month to somehow find like $500. Again, I've found some of it, but I need to sell more computers. And I mean 1 month because even though it's early September, I need it to get shipped here, and then I need time to verify that it works and pick up larger SD cards because, a 16 gigabyte SD card, I don't even know if the camera's going to focus on that, but that's not going to do for 4K. So I need to get all this stuff ordered, shipped, and tested before I go to VCF. Because I do not want to show up at VCF with a brand new camera and go, yes, I have no usable footage. Like I did last year. So, oof. Oh my god. Holy cow. Oh. Wow. Okay. Holy crap. Thank you. Oh my god. Whew. I did try battery savings mode. The problem is, this is a Google Pixel 6, and it has a bad battery. It's real bad. Now, in theory, I could get the battery replaced for free. There was a warranty program. Unfortunately, this phone is owned by my work. I don't actually own this phone, so they have to go do it. And my boss is like, well, it still works, doesn't it? Even though it's a free friggin' replacement. So... Oh, let's see. It was weird, the candidate poll, because both systems were like neck and neck for a hot minute before Skull Trail edged ahead. And I decided to water cool both of them because, I can't control my spending. Okay. So, there isn't a whole lot more I need to save up to get that camera then after that donation. Thank you so much. I think, you know what, I'm not going to show my information on stream, so I gotta be careful not to let this get seen, but let me check my account real quick to see what I'm actually missing now. Now that donation will get sent next month, so it looks like got 150. I would need about 150 total from here to get the camera, and I don't know, an additional $60 for a couple SD cards, but that's what some of this is for. I'm not going to just rely on the kindness of strangers. I really appreciate you guys, but I don't want to lean on you to fund my silly YouTube channel. So we're going to start building some of these PCs. This one I'm hoping will boot. I might just rip the tabs off of this broken SATA port, just because I don't want them to prevent posting. There's one left, and it got stuck under the RAM slot. There we go. This computer, if we can get it working, is actually going to go to my grandmother. I don't know where it is. It's right around here somewhere. But I actually built a computer for my grandmother, and I wasn't able to get out there in time, and it just didn't work out. So I ended up donating that computer to someone else, which I'm not going to be shipping any more computers because it was $110 to ship a donation PC. I did it because I promised I would, but no more of that. So, oh, let's see. Radeon 9600, that would have been a fantastic system back in the day. Thank you again, Elmo. I really do appreciate that. So let's see here. Oh, hell yeah. That's awesome. You know what? Alright. You guys are getting a huge sneak peek. I got something cool to show you. Okay. Oh my god, Elmo, thank you. Oh, it's a little heavy. This is effectively an Olivetti 386 with a, I think it's called an ESDI hard drive. The hard drive is this friggin' tall. It's not IDE, it's not SCSI, it's a completely different competing standard that didn't live very long. But even better, see if I can get this even to be shown. It's AT&T branded. Oh, it's a 386, and it runs System 5 Unix. Oh, this is such a cool computer. This entire section of it, I can't really show that very well on the above camera, especially since I almost knocked it down, but this entire section, all of this is hard drive. And I believe it's like, it was surprisingly big for the late 80s. What was it? I think it was like it might have been 8 gigabytes. It was massive for the time. Big drive. Oh, I don't actually have a way to connect a monitor to this yet. I honestly don't know how it would have been done, because I see a keyboard input, no mouse input, I see a printer out, I see an RS-232 serial port, and then I've got the only spare port is this one. So that must have been video somehow. I don't know what port that is for video. Yeah, 8 gigs in like 1988. That would have, at least I could be wrong. I could be wrong. But I know that it was unusually massive for the time, the drive that's in here. But again, this entire side is the hard drive. This thick. It's a big fucking drive. So, let me get this out of here and put it back on my couch where it belongs. Not that my wife's complained about that. Okay, that's actually kind of dusty. Hello, alright, let me check up. It does look like a SCSI port, genuinely. So I don't know how you would have gotten video out of this thing, because all the other ports have labels, and none of them say video. Unless it was a terminal. It did have System 5 Unix. I don't know. It's a weird system. Let's see. WX 9300. Oh, hell yeah. Those are cool systems. I'd keep that. True. Very heavy, yes. Okay, let's see. No, if I put that on the glass table, it would shatter and it would fall to the ground and keep burying straight to China. Let's see here. All right. One would think that it might have, but it has plastic blockers in all those slots, and you have to break them off in order to install a card, and none of them are broken off. So I genuinely don't know. I don't even know if it works, to be honest. I should have had a water instead of a coffee. Okay. I need to start testing systems. So let's grab a cooler. Here's one. Is this the right kind? Yes. And some RAM. That's probably DDR3. So... Oh, I never opened this. I guess we're testing even more things, because I never tested this RAM. Uh-oh. So I do have good news, unrelated to this. One of the boards that was somewhat recently sent in, I think was actually sent in by Mike, was a B570? X570. An X570 board. He also sent a Ryzen 5 5600X. He thought it was a 5800X, but he put the wrong CPU in the box. A year and a half ago, I bought a 5600X as an upgrade for my PC, and I lost it immediately. Just lost the package. But while I was hunting for all this stuff in the garage, I found it. I bought this on eBay. I think it was $110 because it was... Hold on. There's no CPU. God damn it. This is why you check things. Alright, well, guess we have an AM5 cooler. This is why you don't lose things after you buy them. Okay. Oh. Big oof. Alright, let's see here. Catch up on chat. Yes, Pentium G4 something, 4560. Is that dual core? Oh no, you ran out of sweetener. I just use like vanilla creamer, and that's about all I use. Motherboard named a camera. I can try. I don't know if it'll focus very well. It's a H110i Plus from Asus. Okay. K6. Oh, hell yes. I actually have a K6 too, waiting to be built. But I needed a adapter for, of course, an AT power supply. I have that adapter now. I could build the system, I'm just lazy. So, let's see. It really is such a good socket. Okay. Is this... No! No, it's not DDR3. Is this DDR3? Yes. Oh no. I don't have a lot of DDR4, but that's okay. I do have some. And I want to be clear that I know that this looks like I have a lot, but over half of this is ECC registered, like from here back. So I'm going to grab just a couple of these, and these 4 are spoken for. These are going to be for my wife when I upgrade her PC. Get that out of the way and test to see if this works. Now I'm kind of torn because I don't know if I even really need to upgrade the CPU in this, because it's for my grandmother. She does email and like YouTube and Facebook. I want to upgrade the CPU, but I don't know if I should, because I don't have a lot of 6th gen power supply. I need a power supply. Here we go. I believe this is a Smart 700 from Elmo. Thank you very, very much. Yeah, we'll get some thermal paste on here. Oh yes, happy wife, happy life indeed. She made me sleep in the garage once. Oof. So that's chassis fan. Where is the CPU fan gonna plug in? Where does it plug in? Oh, over here, okay. So we want that to be here. Oh, this is one of those. So these plastic pin coolers kind of suck. They're perfectly adequate for what they need to do, and it would be perfectly good for this CPU, but once you've used them a couple of times, these little legs here like to spread out, and then they don't want to go into the motherboard. And then when they don't want to go into the motherboard, they do want to snap off. So if I can get that in there, that would be quite fantastic. I don't know if... There's one. 2. Yeah, it's fighting me real hard. I don't know if this is ever coming back off. This is the last one. It just doesn't want to go in. Got it. Okay. I think that's all of them. Got to make sure that these are in the right position when you lock them in, otherwise they will just pop right back out. Okay. We are theoretically ready to test. Now again, I don't actually know if this monitor works whatsoever. I found it by the trash. So let's see. Oh God, for a 4790K, I mean, it'll work. But without those plastic pins, oh. Okay. I don't know if this was the... Oh, for the 47, yeah. For the 4790K, you needed that copper one. So let's go ahead and get this connected. I might, especially considering how bent those legs were, I might just keep the CPU in there. Again, she doesn't need much. She just needs a PC that functions, because her current one kind of doesn't, which really sucks because I built her current one. And there's nothing worse than building something for someone that you care about, and then that something just not working, even if it is, 5 years down the line. It sucks because it feels like you let them down. Alright, that's plugged in. Now I need power. That'll do. Now I've been smart this time. We only have like 3 circuits in my entire apartment, but I've run an extension cable to what I think is a different circuit, so if we do blow that circuit, it shouldn't take down the stream. We'll see. Oh, I didn't connect the power cable. Which one's power? This one. Where's the front panel? Here it is. Power button. Okay, make sure none of that's in the way. wants to go right back in the way. Cool. Power supply is on. It twitched. I don't like that. See how it's, Oh. Well, there we go. Okay. It's posted. Okay. Recognizes all the RAM. Now, I have a question for you, chat. The last computer that I built for my grandmother was a behemoth. It was a dual 1366 motherboard with two Xeon X5650s and 48 gigabytes of RAM. I built that for her in probably 2018, 2019, and it's got a bad power supply or something. It runs for about 5 minutes and then it shuts off. It isn't thermal related. I don't think it's thermal related. It could be thermal related. The X5650 is a very limited CPU in today's tasks. She has already run into software that she needs to run that it can't run because it requires AVX, and the X5650 does not have AVX. So I built her an overkill computer that time. Do we upgrade the CPU on this? Do we upgrade the RAM? Again, she does Facebook, she does her tax software, and like maybe some light video watching. She doesn't edit any videos. She's not a power user. I mean, she barely knows how to use her computer, to begin with. Let's see. RX 580 does work really good in Linux. $5600 XT is a fantastic card. Oh, from booting. Okay. I gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it would be nice if I think she has a laptop, but it's like some garbage Chromebook. And she's very traditional. She has an office with one of those 5-foot tall printers next to her desk that she never really uses. She still has like 3.5-inch floppy disks with actual data on them that she actually uses. So, and she's very stuck in her ways. She uses cassette tapes still. She runs a dance studio, and a lot of the music is on cassette tape. And when we tell her, hey, they've invented CDs, she goes, yes, but I already have it on cassette. Why would I buy it a second time? And to some extent, she has a point. But MP3s are, they're all the rage today. Streaming. And here she is with cassette tapes and floppy disks. So I don't think she's going to use a laptop not professional. She's going to look at the laptop and go, yes, but it's not a desktop. My grandmother is also extremely British. So, yes. I do actually have a couple of small cases. I have one that I wanted to use, but it requires a flex ATX power supply, and I have a couple. I have lost all of them. So they just don't come up very often. I hardly ever need them, and I mean, there's a possibility that they're just... I could rob one out of the pile of shuttles. Here, let me show you. I have an absolute pile of shuttles right there. I could rob one of them of their power supply, but those are my portable LAN party, and we'll actually be using that soon. So, with the All Powers power station that they sent me, I can actually do a true portable LAN party. I'm going to grab a couple of friends, we're going to go to the park, and see how long that thing can power 4 PCs with 4 monitors, playing head-to-head in Unreal Tournament. We'll see how that works. High-end old, but I do have a few. It depends on what generation we're talking about, like what socket and all that stuff. I'm probably... Oh, do I do a boot test? Do I have an SSD that has anything on it? This might have something on it. I don't necessarily distrust Augie. It's just, I'm the kind of trust but verify type of person. And now that we've removed the pins on that fucked up SATA port, it's... What? Alright, I hate this cable now. So this is that kind of weird cable, but it's got this little plastic nub that... Who does that? Okay. This probably will not work. Augie's a smart person. I have no reason to doubt them whatsoever. But it behooves me to at least try. Because, again, maybe the pins on the fucked up SATA port, maybe they were causing the SATA to not work. Can I not get this to plug in? Jesus Christ. I don't even know if there's an operating system on this SSD. But I also don't like I don't like how that twitches a couple times before finally firing up. I have other ITX boards. In fact, got these. These are both 2nd gen Intel. I don't know if they support 3rd gen. They might. But it would be nice to not have to use DDR4. You know, I really should have been looking at the screen. Okay. Core 2 will be 20 years old in a few days. But I actually used a Core 2 machine recently for an entire month straight. Almost. I made it 3 weeks. And then one of my friends had a blown out graphics card, so I pulled the graphics card out of the Core 2 machine to lend to my friend. I didn't have any issues, with the exception of a couple programs that required, again, AVX, and Core 2 does not have AVX. Other than that, it was fine. I mean, was watching 1080p YouTube. I streamed on YouTube with that machine. So, let's see. Ooh. The fact that it loads up and tries, that is absolutely true. Video is plugged in right now, right here. So, we're just gonna... Again, Augie sent us this board. Augie told us it has issues with SATA, so this is not surprising at all. What I could do is I could probably put a PCIe SATA controller in here and then run it off of that. In fact, let's see what happens. I'm expecting nothing different. And then I'll go grab that card because I'm pretty sure I know where it is. I think I know where it is. Let's see. Yeah, the monitor probably did go to sleep, but it should still wake up when the computer turns on. So we're going to assume that there's problems with SATA, because that's what we were told. I will be right back. I think I know where that card is. I was wrong, but I did find a tiny SATA cable. So we're going to call it for this board. Not because I don't think we could get it to work. Mostly because I have 1,000 other systems to test, and I only have like 5 more hours to do it. Oh god. Oh no. Alright, whoops. Let's not have that fall down. Let's just try one of these other ones. Let me take this RAM back. We'll set this aside to test in another video. But for now, this one of these might be dead, but I don't remember which one. So, let me put this DDR4 back. Oh boy. Same here. I've had lots of issues with Gigabyte boards. This one's an Asus, this one's a Gigabyte, and if either of these are dead, it's probably going to be the Gigabyte. I don't know why, it just always seems to be that way. Now, there we go. We're just going to set this over here, and we'll try the Asus one. That's an i5 2400, that'll work. 2400S, 3470, and another 3470. Put the rest of them back. Okay. This looks like it has a bad pin, but I actually think it might just be some dirt. So let's take the 2400 because it's the most likely to actually function. Good CPU, even today. And I've got a a special black anodized stock cooler, so that's cool. This came with an i7 8700. I really hope this works. Now, some of these early Intel boards, or the early Core i era, you know, the i3, i5, i7, some of these had issues with detecting RAM that was like more than 8 gigs. So this might be limited to 4 gig sticks. I'm not even going to clip this in. I'm just going to set it there, and yes, that is the wrong thing to do, but we're going to expect this to potentially be dead, and we'll see if it works with these two 8 gig sticks. I don't even remember where I got this board. I think I got this from a friend who, yeah, he went back to China and he dumped all his old stuff on me, and half of it was broken. So that was cool. He didn't tell me that. And the rest of it was moldy. I'm still mad about that. Anyway, where's the front panel? Power button. There we go. Okay, get our VGA connected. And this turned on. This might not work. Oh no. Yeah, that's the power button. Okay. Yeah, this board doesn't power on. Unless I forgot. No, that's plugged in. Okay. Alright, let's catch up on chat. Let's see. Oh yeah, that's fair. Let's see. All white build. Oh, that is fantastic. Oh, interesting. BIOS updates are weird. I've had so many computers just get bricked from BIOS updates. Almost all of them were second gen Intel though, so not a super big loss. Still disappointing. And this board doesn't have a BIOS battery. Sometimes that can prevent toasting. Let's get a BIOS battery actually, before we completely give up on it. Then again, the fact that it doesn't have a BIOS battery isn't super... Oh, it's bent. What is... That might have been it. I could have stopped it from posting. Yeah. So, let's take our 939 CPU cooler, just as a temporary solution, because I don't want to put something on only have to take it right back off immediately. It doesn't fit. Okay. Guess we're putting this one back on. Good enough. Power supply's on. Was it the BIOS battery? No. No, it was not. It's just a dead board. Okay. That sucks. Not surprising. I knew at least one of these two were dead. It's possible that they're both dead. There was another ITX board that Augie had sent in, which was, I believe, 4th gen Intel. And obviously, because I am a very smart person, I didn't grab it. So, it's still in the garage. My grandmother simply might not get an ITX build. It's that simple. So, since this is a dead board, I'm going to pull this BIOS battery, which is probably why it was missing in the first place. Ouch. And, you know, ASUS has been marked off with marker. That might have been me telling myself to throw this out. Okay, let's try this one. Haswell is so good. It's not exactly a brand new system, but I would hesitate to call 2nd gen I series vintage. Let's see. This is a H61 board, so it is a toss-up on whether or not it supports the 3rd gen i5s. So we're gonna stick our 2400 back in. That's the right one. It would be a real pisser if the CPU was bad and the board was fine. But these ITX boards, both of them are questionable. I don't know if either of them work. So what a pain in the butt. Still don't know if they support 8 gig sticks, but we'll find out. This is what you really don't want to do. You don't want to test multiple variables at once. CPU fan plugged in. Good enough. No, it's not. That's good enough. Okay, I'll plug this in before I plug in everything else, so it's a little easier for me. Ta-da! Where's the CPU power? Is that it? Yes. Okay. No cables caught. Need to get VGA plugged in. Hey, at least this garbage monitor works, so that's cool. And we've got a fan spin at least. Let's see if we get a screen at all. Remember what I said about these boards not supporting, or having trouble supporting 8 gig sticks? We have a fan spin, so let's try lowering the RAM. That's 8 gig. There we go. These sticks that I'm currently installing were the first sticks of RAM that I ever purchased. They're Team Group Elites, DDR3 1600. And they just seem to keep working. We have lights on the board. All the lights on the board are on, so that doesn't actually help us at all. Maybe these are too fast. HyperX Reds. I don't actually know what speed these are. But you know, Intel also had issues with 2 rank by 8 RAM. That was mostly in the super early DDR3 era, but sometimes that issue would pop up on newer boards. These low profile sticks just seem to work with everything. So if it doesn't work with this, don't know what we're going to do. Probably going to have to assume that it's a dead board. Again, both of these boards were suspect already, so I think that's a no. Well, good game. Good game. Didn't work. Put our HyperX Reds back in. Team Group Elites. And these can just go over here. So, we are technically like 0 for 3 now, but that's okay, that's good. That is 3 boards, well, 2 for sure. The one from Augie we're still going to work on because at least it posted. That is 2 ITX boards that are no longer questions. They're no longer floating around going, do I work or do I not? You'll never know. Now I know they don't. How do I... There it is. How do I keep losing this? I'll tell you how I keep losing it by doing that. Okay. So that is not that big of a deal. I have tons more ITX boards, just not up here. Alright, let's check chat real quick. Let's see. I feel that, Mad Brad. I feel that. If you've got a system that's like 99% complete, maybe you just need storage for it, or maybe you just need some RAM for it. It's like, okay, do I sell this as is for pennies, or do I spend money to get that missing component and then either give it away as a complete system or sell it as a complete system? And for me at least, every single time I go, yes, I will purchase that extra component. And the fun aspect is sometimes I purchase that extra component, throw it into the PC, only to find out that it's bad. So yes. Anyway, I'm running out of space here. Let me drink some more coffee so I can stay awake and, poop myself later. Let's grab another board. We are sticking with 2nd gen. This is, I believe, H61 board. I have no clue. There's like nothing on this other than... There's nothing on this. PWA 1.2. This is probably a Foxconn board. Oh, wait a minute. No, that doesn't say anything either. It looks like a Foxconn board. I don't know anything about this. I bought this for like $25 a couple years ago and never tested it. Oh. It has bad pins. Why do I do this to myself? Let's see if... Can you even see that? I don't know if you guys can even see that. Let's see. I've always wanted one of those CD-ROM duplicators. They're just so interesting. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. If I can step through this minefield of computer parts, and not get my hair in my coffee. I have a sewing kit with some sewing needles, and we're just gonna go ahead That's like 10 bent pins. I don't know about this one, guys. Have I ever mentioned that I actually have really bad eyesight? Alright, there's a couple that might be serviceable. Let's go for the bad ones now. Oh. Boy, that's bad. Come on. Almost. This might be savable. We might have done it. Absolutely true, but yeah. I remember that. That was in Mallrats. That was in Mallrats, Augie. I remember that. And that is true, Brian. I really don't want to test that because I'd have to go get my 2 gig sticks. All right. I don't see context clues. I don't see any USB 3. So I see an absolute butt ton of USB 2. So this is probably just a 2nd gen board. So we're going to stick our i5 2400 in here as cautiously as possible. With any luck, it'll work. And I gotta get this pin back into the sewing kit before I drop it on the floor and stab myself in the foot, as I always do. Okay. I'm cautiously optimistic that we fixed it. And yes, I will be putting the cooler on in just a moment. We really should be putting some more thermal paste on it, but this is just to see if it even functions at all. Of course, we need some RAM. Grab one of our infinitely supported 4 gig sticks. All right, which one's slot 1? That's B1. Where's A1? A1, closest to the slot. Why do you not want to go in? Okay. There it is. Well, wish us luck. The fan is not spinning to maximum. That is a very good sign. However, we do have a red light. We've got a red light on the board. I don't know what it means because it's simply marked D6. That could be memory. Could be CPU. It is staying red. Oh no, you're fine, man. It's so hot today. I had to turn my air conditioner off in order to do this chat, or to do this stream. It's so friggin' hot. I don't know about this. We tried. We might have failed. Let's... Sure. This one. I don't know what brand this is. We're probably out of luck. Bent pins is a real hard thing to fix. I will say this though. This is the 3rd system in a row that this i5 2400 hasn't worked in. So it's entirely possible that the i5 is the failure point. However, I think it behooves me to go grab those 2 gig sticks. I'll be right back. Okay. Still have that red light. I don't think this is going to work. If this doesn't, and it probably won't, we'll go ahead and try one of the 3470s just for posterity, but no. And our final test is going to be a slow stick. There we go. That's a real slow stick. That's DDR3 800. If this doesn't work, we're grabbing that other i5. Oh yeah, I gotta turn the power supply on. Okay. Still have a red light. Wait a minute, does this have an... Wait, where's the CMOS battery? Am I insane? Where's the CMOS battery? What? Where? I know you can't see very well with me right here, but this was an industrial motherboard. There's like 4 different COM slots right there. Okay. I want to pop the battery out. Where is the CMOS battery? It's not that. That's HDMI. I don't... What? This must have been an industrial motherboard. It's got 4 COM outputs, 4 USB headers. What on earth? Also, oops on that. But yeah, I will grab a graphics card. It certainly might be a dead CPU. We have a 2 gig stick of RAM, so that should be perfectly compatible. It's also very slow. Let's grab a graphics card. It's probably not going to fix it, but you never know. So let's... Oh, that's right. Now I need an adapter, and I think I know where one is. Somewhere in this room I have a DisplayPort to VGA adapter, but this is an HDMI to VGA just because I don't know where the DisplayPort one is. And let's see what happens. I gotta hold this up so it doesn't push the graphics card out of place. That red light's still there. think that's a no, chat. I would like to reset the BIOS, but I can't even find a CMOS battery. I think that this might just be another dead board. A lot of these are boards that I picked up years ago and then either never tested or tested once and then, you know, put away incorrectly. So I'm not terribly sweaty. Yeah, power supply is off. We're gonna try a 3470. I do not think that this will work, but you never know. On the plus side, now I don't have to lift this thing up. Oh, Jesus Christ, come on. Get in there. See some thermal paste on the table, so let me wipe that up before I get it everywhere. Suppose I could put this back on. Still have that red light. I don't think this is going to work. Nope. Well, this is what you get when you buy something on eBay and don't test it for 2 years. This is the first time we've touched it. What can you do? Come on. Okay. I'll wipe this off and we will move on to the next board. Ouch. Actually, that goes over here. It was a long shot with those bent pins anyway. Okay. I could grab those ITX boards again and retest them with the 2 gig sticks of RAM. That was a very good point. Some Intel systems struggle, especially the early ones, with 2 gig sticks of RAM. And by early Intel systems, I'm talking exclusively about the Core i series. So when the i3, i7, and all that came out, that's what I'm talking about. The Core 2, this does not apply to that. Okay. This board should work. I don't know what's in it, but it's got a CPU. This is a PBH67-MLE from ASUS. I've had very good luck with ASUS boards. It would be nice to have a working system, and this one looks like it might be a working system. I don't want to start off with 2 gig sticks though. It would be smart to start off with 2 gig sticks, but I'm not going to do that because I'm not smart. We're going to go straight for gold with these Elite 4 gig sticks. Seems to be a fairly decent board because it has a proper CPU 8-pin. So there's probably thermal paste under there, right? Yeah. Here we go. Let's see what happens. I got a red light again. I appreciate that, Braxton. We'll get something to work. Alright. There grabbing some 2 gig sticks. Like I should have. What are these? 2 gigs of PC3 2800U. I believe this would be 2800U. Is that 1066? Or is that 1333? We'll just try 1 stick. And that is not ECC. I have a lot of ECC, so that's not. Red light again. Different behavior though. Hey, hold on. The red light went away. I don't even know what CPU's in here, or if the CPU even has onboard graphics. It probably does. We could try replacing the CMOS battery. The red light went away. Yeah, that commercial board probably could use registered RAM, but it shouldn't have been restricted to registered. It looked like it was gonna, sorry, not registered. It looked like it was, if it was gonna use ECC, it would probably be ECC unregistered. I don't have an example with me. Do I actually? I do. Okay. An unregistered stick of RAM, we'll use this side. An unregistered stick will have an odd number of chips. Usually you've got a bank of 4 here, a bank of 4 here, and then 1 chip here that's identical to the rest, and that chip's going to be your, I can't think of the word right now, but this is the chip that they compare against. Now, registered, give me 10 seconds. Registered is slightly different in that the middle chip is going to be different. You'll have the bank of 4, you'll have that other ECC chip, and then you'll have this middle chip, which will be different. That is the main way to tell if you have registered ECC or standard unregistered ECC. Okay, what was I gonna, oh yeah. Let's replace this BIOS battery. Let's just take it completely out first and see if that helps. I doubt it. A lot of these boards do not like to post without a BIOS battery. Red light went out. At least we're getting somewhere. Hey! Hold on. Yes! Okay, we have an, oh, it's an i3 2100. That's not super fantastic. Okay, we have a technically functional system. I don't want that i3 in there, but at the bare minimum, now that we know the system is functioning, let's move back to some 4 gig sticks. We're not going to use this Elite. Nothing likes the Elite for some reason. Put that away. What's this? Ballistics. That was 8 gigs. Grab some 4 gig sticks. The Kingston Mystery Red stuff. I don't actually know if this stuff works, but we're going to try. This system might just be limited to 4 gig sticks. Hopefully it's not limited to 2 gig sticks. That would suck. But that's one that works. Okay. Oh, no worries, Elmo. I will catch you later, unless he's already gone. I haven't been... Yes, the parity chip, that's what I was thinking. Okay, works with 4 gigs. Let's throw another 4 gig stick in there. Having 8 gigs is kind of the minimum for a modern computer. This will probably end up with Linux. I don't know. I really want to build something for my grandmother, but I don't think this is the system. What else do I even have over here? Braxton, or sorry, shoot, not Braxton. Bradley, are you still here? Bradley, are you here? I do have RAM, but you can't get me. I'm in Iowa. 10600 is 1333. Oh, thank you so much. Okay. There's Braxton. I appreciate that, man. Speaking of FDIMs, oh yes. Okay. You have no clue how many DDR2 FB DIMMs I have. Okay. I have like 400 sticks. No joke. Let me go grab some of them. Both of these completely full of 4 gig FB DIMMs. This box has FB DIMMs. This box has FB DIMMs. This box has FB DIMMs. This box does not have FB DIMMs. This actually has a whole bunch of Western Digital Raptor drives in it. Just like an ungodly amount of them. I still have more. I just don't want to drag all of them out here. I have too many systems to build and not enough time to do it. But I will need those Raptor drives. Okay. So let's grab let me get these FB DIMMs out of here. I might need these later. Shit. Okay. So. Oh, not a problem, man. Those are just fantastic computers. The XW8600 or WX8600, they're just so good. Now, unfortunately, FB DIMMs don't sell for anything. I have one of those 25 packs on sale right now on eBay for like $100. No one's touched it. So, they're not worth anything. So, and let's see. If Bradley is in the chat, one of the computers we're building today is using this board that he sent in. I promised to look at it a long time ago and never did. I believe he included this came out of a Dell, but we got the I/O plate. You know, this might actually be a good PC for my grandmother. We'll see. We got a lot of options. We have a lot of options. I think I need to drink some of my coffee. My throat's sore. Okay. So this has an i3 2100 that is not exactly a very... It's one of the CPUs of all time. Perfectly fine for a donation PC, but I want to build this for my grandmother. So let's pop this off. Ew. Ooh, that wasn't me. I don't use that kind of paste. Ugh. Okay. This is that nasty silicone stuff, or silicon stuff. It's just, ugh. Now, since this is an H67 board, there's a much higher chance that this just works with an i5 3470. So I think we just go for gold Socket looks good. Is this a 3470? Yes, it is. Okay. CPU is clean. Now, just for the moment, we're going to just kind of plumb it back on. There's no thermal paste there. We just want to see if it posts. Red light went away. It's doing some weird stuff. Will we at least get a screen? That's we have a screen. Hold on. Okay, it works. So we have an i5 3470 and 8 gigs of RAM. I would like to test this with 8 gig sticks to bring us up to 16. I don't necessarily think that'll work, but it would be nice to do that because my grandmother has 48 gigs of RAM right now, and she's used to opening lots of tabs. So it's rough going down to 8 gigs from that. Where's my thermal paste? Oh, underneath the graphics card. Yeah, you know, good stuff. My fucking brother. So, when I built my grandmother's computer, I gave her a Quadro K2000. Not a powerhouse of a card, but it was reasonably decent in 2018. And my brother stole it. He pulled apart my grandmother's computer, took out the Quadro, and put in a GT210. And he never apologized. I swear, some family members just are the worst. I love my brother. I do. But that was scummy. That was so scummy. Okay, let's get a battery in here. Ugh. Come on. Now, just to sanity check that we're still posting while I... Oh, cut up on the wire there. While I check the chat, let's see. The Raptors. Oh, hell yeah. I have so many. I have, I believe, 120 Western Digital Raptor drives. I will be giving them away. Not all of them, but most of them I'll be giving away at Vintage Computer Fest Midwest. So, see me there. You can have some. Let's see. I won't be doing the water cooling today. That's going to get its own video. We're still good. Let's see. They're so fast. So, my grandmother needs AVX1 at the minimum. I think that these support AVX1, but I don't actually know. That's a good question. Does the i5... Got someone lowballing me in a laptop that I've got for sale. i5 3470. Does this even have AVX? It does. Okay, so we're good. Okay, let's see. I know that some of these will work with 8 gig sticks, but I don't know if this one does. Let's try these ballistics ones. I'm out of i7 2600s. Otherwise, I would have thrown that in here. Red light went away. Now this is with 8 gig sticks. We might be good here. And this motherboard has HDMI, like on board. I actually don't think we're good because we don't have a screen. No. Don't like 8 gigs. Okay. We're going to put these 8 gig sticks back and stick with 4 gig sticks. And this is probably going to end up as a donation PC. Simply because I want to give my grandmother something a little bit better than only 8 gigs of RAM. It just needs AVX. So, this will be a donation PC for someone. Oh, now I can't get that undone. Okay. Wow, that's crusty. But, with our first success. Ugh. Okay. It's not like I have a whole bunch of other motherboards here. For those of you who haven't seen it yet, here. I got a few that we need to test. Okay, now let's catch up on chat. It might need a BIOS update, but sometimes those boards just never received one. It's an H67. Maybe it received a BIOS update, maybe it didn't, so kind of a toss-up. Let's see. Oh yeah, no, I think I can mount that without a bracket. I've got a bunch of extra junk lying around. Let's see. 4th gen is AVX2, yeah. Advanced vector extensions. It's often used for cryptographic stuff sometimes. It's necessary for newer programs that want to be secure. Beyond that, I've got to admit I don't actually know what AVX does. Let's see. What should we look at next? Oh, I know what we should look at next. This weird piece of garbage. So this is a X58 system out of like a, I think this was out of an HP, shoot, Z400 or Z600. Now this will use ECC, but I don't know if it uses registered ECC. I also think one of these RAM slots is dead, and I don't remember what CPU's in here, and whoever owned this before, I got this in, where did I get this? I think I got this in the free slot at the Free Pilot Vintage Computer Fest, but it's possible that someone sent this to me. I do not remember. All I know is HP uses a stupid proprietary pinout. It's the same 24-pin connector, but if you connect a regular power supply, it'll fry the board. So we've got this adapter here that I picked up a while back. Does this use a standard front panel? I don't think it does. No. Nothing's normal about this board. And nothing's labeled either. So, that's cool. I think that this right here, this longer one, is going to be our front panel. I don't know what any of it is. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. This, I know it will need a graphics card, though. Let me grab something to prop this up with. This will do. Hey, Colin. Alright, let's catch up on chat. Let's see here. I know it'll be a proprietary front panel, but you can usually find the pinout online and do your own kind of thing. Let's see. Oh, I absolutely do build servers from old parts. I always recommend it. So what you want to do is you've got to be very cautious about A, what are your needs? Because some old parts, like the discussion with AVX, If you need AVX and you're building something with like an X58 system, you're shit out of luck. You should have picked a different system. The second thing you need to do is to be very keenly aware on the fact that you're using old parts. Sometimes they're broken or there's weird stuff. Like, I'm pretty sure that this board has a bad DIMM slot. And the next thing you want to do is not just compatibility, but this is actually a perfect example. Sometimes these things have super proprietary pinouts for various things, like the 24 pin that needs this stupid adapter to work. And sometimes they don't even have a standard layout. Like if you pull a motherboard out of like, I don't know, a Dell R610, that is not a standard motherboard. You can't just throw that into a computer case and be off to the races. So I always recommend using old parts to build servers, or even to build servers into gaming machines and things like that. You just got to do your research and be cautious with your parts sourcing. So, you know what? Where's that DisplayPort adapter? I know it's right around here somewhere. I used it during the last stream and my last video too, and I don't know where it went. Oh, I'm using it for the streaming PC. No wonder. Okay, well that answers that. I've actually got like 2 or 3 more on my desk in my room, in my office. Now, let's, get this connected. This is another one of those systems that may or may not work at all. There we go. Nope, not that one. That one. Needs some RAM. You know what? I'll be right back. More ECC. This is unregistered ECC. I do not know if this board will work with registered or not. So we're just gonna see what happens. This is currently unregistered. There's a chance that this will just turn on. Don't do what I'm about to do. This is real stupid. But we're just going to poke and prod until we find the front panel. Found it. Holy crap, it works. Oh my god. Okay. So, now which button was that? Okay. We have 4 gigs. Didn't tell me what CPU we have. I think that was it this one? I don't remember what it was, but we're gonna load this full of RAM. Let's try 8 gigs. Now, once again, what was that? Was it this one? No, that one. Okay. There we go. We got our front panel. Don't ever do that. That's a really stupid way of doing it. Okay, let's see. Let's catch up on chat. System doesn't seem to like that extra stick of RAM. Chat, let's see here. Don't get SAS drives by mistake. That is a very good point. There's a big difference between SATA and SAS. SAS is backwards compatible with SATA, but SATA is not compatible with SAS. And there's also a form factor difference. Let me grab some SAS drives. So this is SATA. Most of you have already seen SATA. You got these two separate connectors. You got power here and data here. Now SAS, on the other hand, SAS does not have a separation between the two connectors, and in fact there's actually some pins on that little bridge there. That's how you get your extra bandwidth. This is a roughly, well, that's weird, 1.6 terabytes, and this is SAS 12 gigabits a second. This is equivalent to SATA 3 or SATA 6 gigabits per second, which is SATA 3. SATA 2 is 3 gigabits per second, and SATA 1 is 1.5. So this cannot be used in a SATA-only system, but a SATA drive can be used in a SAS system. We have plans for this today. We will be using this in this stream. So, system did not like that second stick of RAM. The front panel works. Let's move this stick of RAM to a different slot. Okay, so that second slot is either faulty or the system just doesn't want RAM in that slot without the other slots being filled first. Let's try this one. Ooh, that's getting hot. Oh my god. Okay. X58's known for that. Mecha Chameleon. Oh yeah. Let's see. Oh no, that's terrible. I didn't know about that. Old hardware is cheap and fun. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But sometimes the headache's fun. So here's something odd. The screen is flickering. That's not the fault of the card, I don't think. I don't think it's the fault of the adapter either. There could be some sort of issue with the PCI bus, or PCI Express rather. Let's see. Self-hosting is very fun. Just be very careful when you do it. Alright. Let me teach y'all something. I built my own router that's currently being used right now for this stream. Would you like to know what the specs are of my pfSense router? It has a Core 2 Duo E4400 and 1 gigabyte of RAM. It doesn't need any more than that. It can push about a gig, and that's all it needs to do. So, old hardware can still be useful, depending on the application. So, all I recommend you do is look up the needs of your application. For example, if you're running an Ark Survival Evolved server, that'll run perfectly fine on like a Q6600 if you're only doing like a single map and you have tons of RAM. That server loves RAM. But if you're doing multiple maps, go for like an X5650 at the minimum with as much RAM as you can throw at it. Personal experience, I've done that. So, let's see. I have not actually had any issues with data integrity on SSDs that I come across, but the longest an SSD has sat in my collection with data on it has been about 5 years. And when I plugged it back in, fired right up. There is a theoretical problem with data retention on SSDs, and that's that in order to retain the data, the flash cells need power. As they lose power, the data slowly it can flip from a 1 to a 0 or just sit there in between and effectively be nothing. That's how the cells store data. They either have a charge or they don't have a charge. So, who was that? Gregory? Yes. Gregory does have a very good point there, but I don't think we're talking about time spans that matter. 5 years was the longest I've done it, but if you have a pile of SSDs, like, for example, you're doing cold storage for your backups, I'd recommend plugging them in once every 5 or 6 years just to recharge the cells, reflash them and all that stuff, and then unplug them. If you're that concerned about it, go with tapes. Let's see here. Oh, hybrid disk drives were the worst. I'm still mad. One of my friends got one that was advertised as an SSD, but it was just a laptop drive that happened to have a 256 megabyte cache. That's not. That's so stupid. Ooh. I appreciate that. So, where do we go from here? We have 12 gigs of RAM. I'm pretty sure that this slot is bad, but we can test it. So, we're going to add one more stick and see what happens. This is probably not going to work. We've powered on. Now this is still a useful system. This could be a great server for Minecraft or something like that. It works. Okay. Does it detect? We would have... That'd be 16 gigs? Yeah. Let's see what it says. It did not detect an increase in RAM. Hold on. Hold on. Let's try to get into the BIOS. I think we do have a bad slot. So F10 is set up. System info. Okay, it does detect 16 gigs. No, I was wrong. Okay, power it down. Grab some more of this. This will get us up to a 20 gigabyte pool. Sorry about that. Usually, when the RAM changes, it'll pop up at the bottom of the screen. Your amount of system memory has changed. Okay. F10. I should have looked at what CPU we had. I didn't even look. Come on. Memory module failed and user rank was... Oh. Interesting. Okay. So that's probably our dead slot. Now, what's our CPU? I didn't even... We have an X5650. Okay, hey. I'll take it. Let's pull that stick of RAM out and just move it to a different slot. See if the problem follows the stick or stays with the slot. We're troubleshooting here, guys. We're troubleshooting. I'm going to take it out anyway. I'd like to have triple channel and have it be nice and balanced, and 12 gigs is plenty. So this is not going to be my grandmother's PC. I'm probably going to throw this up on Facebook Marketplace for $10, and I mean, with 12 gigs of RAM, this will sell for $10. Alright, we're not complaining about the RAM now. The problem stayed with the slot. So we have one dead slot. Wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on. Could have been wrong there. Hey, you have a good one, man. You have a good one. Braxton, if you want it, you can just have it, man. Okay. Our problem has gone. Let's What is this? That's 2 gigs. I thought I brought some more DDR3 up here with me, and I'm pretty sure it was ECC. Aha, here it is. Okay, is this ECC? Yes, it is. And it's the same as what's in there, so we'll use this to further test our RAM slots. Maybe I did have a bad stick. If this doesn't have a bad slot, ooh, that could have been bad. If this doesn't have a bad slot, then it's worth more. A motherboard with 12 gigs of RAM and a bad slot is not worth as much as a motherboard with 12 gigs of RAM and a functional slot. So let's see what happens. It's also possible that we have 2 bad slots. So let's see. Hybrid drives were so terrible. The problem is, whoever had this before me did some weird stuff to attach the cooler, because it would have been attached to the case. Alright, let's see if the RAM... Hey, okay, no, we're good this time. Once I'm done testing the memory, I will show you why it's not quite so easy to check under the CPU. Because you are absolutely correct. If there are bent pins or missing pins for the memory detection, you're going to have memory problems. So, okay. Will we have 24 gigs? I still think there's something weird. Maybe it is the adapter, but will we have all the RAM? We do. We don't have a bad slot. Holy cow. Okay. That's fantastic. So, here is one of the many problems of running old systems like this. Whoever had this before me already snapped off the PCIe retention bracket. Let's hypothetically say that you pick up this motherboard for free off of eBay, or like in the garbage or something, and you know the motherboard works perfectly fine and it's free. It sounds like a good deal at first. Let's pretend it also came with the CPU and cooler just like this one did. Sounds like a great friggin' deal. But you got a proprietary pinout for the front panel that you got to figure out. Luckily, we did. And the method that I used was just poking around with a screwdriver. That can kill these boards. Do not do what I do. I'm not leading by example here. But additionally, this adapter was like 20 bucks. And if someone's going to use this, I'm going to have to give this to them. So not only do you sometimes have to worry about the front panel or the USB or anything like that, but power is a huge problem on some of these hyper proprietary boards. So Braxton, you can have this. It is all yours. Let me set it off to the side in my functions pile, because we finally got something that functioned. Let me grab this because we will need it again. Okay, now let's... I think this bastard's dead. Perfect. I certainly won't forget that it's dead and put it back in my cache of working memory. I'm sure none of you have ever had that problem. Okay. These are 2 gig. I think these go here. Get this out of the way. God, I have so much memory. I don't want any of it. But I need it. Oh, okay. Let's check chat. Let's see. So the issue ended up being with that HP board, just a bad stick of RAM. The slots, completely fine. But again, if you're going to be doing old hardware like that, make sure you're cautious about how proprietary things are. what next? You know what? Let's build a system. Let's build one. Now this is a board that I know works because this was my personal system for a long time. This has a Xeon in it. It's I believe an X3470, I want to say. And this system I think has Matrox on board graphics, which is terrible, but it's better than nothing. Now we already have, I believe, 32 gigabytes of ECC registered DDR3 that I have glued a fan to, you know, because that's what I did when I was like 25. So let's go ahead and fire this up. Now this is a Supermicro. They do have a slightly proprietary front panel input, but at least it's the same on every system. So, there we go. This one should work, but it's been bouncing around for the last 7 years, maybe even 8 years. When did I stop using this? I don't know. Doesn't matter too much. I think the front panel power button is going to be this. Can you even see that? On the Supermicro, I believe these two pins on the very end are going to be our power button. And I'm so confident in that I'm just going to go ahead and connect our front panel. Come on, don't get stuck on stuff. Now, was I right? Hell yeah. Okay. This is a really great workstation board, not only because you have 6 SATA ports and you have a full-length PCIe X16, but you also have 2 internal headers. So if you're doing something where you only need a tiny boot environment, such as, I don't know, pfSense or even something like Proxmox, you can just stick a thumb drive in here and boot from the thumb drive. Now this will take a while to boot because Supermicro fully tests the memory before it even bothers to display anything. After like 30 seconds, we should hear a series of beeps. It'll be like beep, 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 beep. Then it'll beep one more time and we'll get a screen. Because Supermicro is very gung-ho about their testing. And while we wait, I cannot get my hair stuck in that cooler. Let's see. ML10. Oh, nice. You know what? I actually think I have a power supply for that. While we wait for this, I'm going to go grab that power supply and see if it's the right one. Okay, your HP ML10 probably uses something like this. This is a 750 watt power supply. Let's see, DPS 750 RBA. If this works for you, if this is the correct power supply, email me and I'll just send this to you. You can have it. We didn't get any beeps, did we? Okay. We're going to reseat the RAM real quick. This should work fine. This was a working system not that long ago. It is made a little bit harder by the existence of this fan. Okay. Could be our BIOS battery. I replaced that, but these are battery hogs. It is not made easier by the fact that it takes so long for them to post. Ooh. Oh, okay. You probably have one of these then. Okay, I can't find it. But you probably need the same thing that the HP board we were just working on has, where it's a 24 pin, or maybe like sometimes it's a 10 pin or 12. You can get an adapter on eBay or Amazon, usually for 10 to 20 bucks, and it'll let you use a standard ATX power supply with it. I'm upset by this. This was working when I put it away. So, let's change BIOS battery. First, we'll just remove it. Usually you want to wait 10 seconds, but we're fine. Pizza Hut? Ew. If this doesn't work, I'm going to be a little bit peeved because, number one, it was working before I put it away, and number two, I planned on building a computer with this and then selling it to get some money for that 4K camera upgrade I've been talking about. I don't want to set a goal for donations because I'm trying to fund this mostly myself. What is going on here? Let's pull the RAM. Off there. What are these? 8 gigs? Yes. Where'd that little drawer thing go? Because I have a whole bunch of 8 gig sticks. Here it is. Underneath all that FB RAM that I thought I put away. No, those are 16 gig sticks. These should be 8. We'll just stick one in for now. It didn't like that. Okay. You know what? That's different behavior. That's technically progress. Stick one of these in. Okay, so this is a very, very, very early DDR3 system. Okay, this is 10600R, while these are 8500R, much slower. So, also that flashing that I'm seeing, don't know if it shows up on camera, because it's happening now with the VGA and not with our graphics card, I think it's just, that's probably why this monitor was thrown away in the trash to begin with. So, let's throw another one of these in there. We want the matching one. I think that this simply doesn't like the faster RAM. Now, it is also worth noting that there's 2 ways to put the RAM in this system. You see there's 2 blue slots and 4 black slots. If you populate all of them, you can get 48 gigs of RAM, but it's only in single channel mode. In order to have dual channel mode with the maximum amount of memory possible, you have to populate all 4 of these black slots without populating the blue slots. So, interesting. It could be beeping at us because it doesn't like the configuration, because if you have 2 sticks, you're supposed to only use them in the blue slots. No, it's pissed. Did we lose a slot while it was in storage? Oh, that would suck. Okay. Could be... Try the Hynix sticks next, just to verify that they're all, detected. Let's catch up on the chat. Yeah, shipping to a different continent might be a little bit expensive, but you should be able to get one of those on eBay for a pretty cheap price at least. And you're fine, man. Chat's for chatting. Okay, so it likes these sticks. Let's... 2A. Let's try it like this. I think this might be single channel mode, but we'll see. Now this is a newer BIOS battery. I put that in myself only a couple years ago. It would be very cool if this worked. It's not a powerhouse, but with the X3470 that gives us 4 cores, 8 threads, it's effectively an i7 860, so... Oh, thank God. The thing is, I can take this system, throw in a cheap Quadro, like this M2000, and I can call it a workstation. It's got 32 gigs of RAM, 4 cores, 8 threads, and a Quadro. And even though it is a slow Quadro and a slow CPU with very, very slow RAM, the numbers sound good. And this will sell for $150 to $200 on Facebook Marketplace. It's not worth that much, but it will sell for that much. And I feel kind of scummy listing it for that much. I might list it for $100, we'll see. Right. This only has DisplayPort. Let me go grab a DisplayPort to VGA adapter. I will be right back. Now I've had an issue with this M2000. I was going to use this on the very PC I'm streaming on right now, which means the PC I'm streaming on right now has no graphics card. It was working just fine, and then out of nowhere, black screen, and it would never show screen again. I'm hoping that it was some sort of driver issue, because originally this had a Quadro RTX 4000, pulled that out to sell it, put the M2000 in, and that's when I started having the issues. Now the question is, will this even display the BIOS on this card? We're posted, but sometimes it's restricted to VGA only. Yeah, I guarantee you if I plug this into the onboard, it's probably displaying just fine. Yes, it is. Okay, I need to set that to off-board priority. That's another thing you need to know if you're going to be using old server or workstation hardware, especially server, but sometimes you need to set it, the VGA priority, specifically to off-board. Sometimes it doesn't actually have auto-detect. So we're going to go ahead and... Where is delete? What is it to get into the BIOS on this? Is it delete? I'm doing pretty good. We had a run of bad hardware at the beginning, but we've started to claw our way back into stuff that functions. delete to enter setup. Okay, perfect. X3460, slightly worse than the 70, but it's only a couple hundred megahertz. Okay, let's see. We want, what do we want? PCI, maybe? I think we want add-on first for ROM scanning. Boot graphics adapter. Aha, here we go. We want other. Saved. We're going to need this BIOS battery back in there. Save, changes, and exit. Now, if we're lucky, we'll get a display out from our card. Hey, good luck to you too, man. Yes! Okay. Okay. That's good. That's big. Now, let's build a system. Yoink. Oops. Plug these. We will not be using our 700 watt power supply in this. I'm going to use a 500 watt because this system just will not use that much power. Now the question is, what case do we use? Let's put this RAM away. We need a full ATX case, not just because it looks cool, man, but also because this is a full ATX board. So, put this over here. What do we put this in? Get off there. I have options. Not that one. I think I know what we'll use. There it is. We have... No, that's a vintage case. I want to use that with something else. Let's use this one. Oh dear. Oh. Hey, there's a power supply in here. Ouch. Now, before we pop this open, let's have a look through our CPUs and see if I've got a 3470 or a 3480. No. Okay. FYI, most of those, this is the wrong panel, most of those came from the trash. You would not believe how many computers I've found in the trash. So this is a fractal design case of some sort. I don't know where I got this. These are the wrong thumb screws, but we're going to keep them because they work just fine. So, you need to be adjusted, don't you? Oh, without falling off, okay. That's not going to cut it. That's an EVGA 400 watt power supply. Let's pull, hey! A USB 3 to USB 2 adapter. We will be using that with this board. Okay. Oh, this case is filthy. I think I got this on Facebook Marketplace as is. Could be wrong. Don't think I am, though. Okay. Zip ties. Uncut zip ties. Perfect. Oof. This probably works fine. EVGA makes great power supplies. But we're going to use something else, I think. What do I have that's not crap? What do I have that wasn't donated? No, not that one. Nope. Got some good graphics cards over here, though. Got an Arc Pro B50. That's going to be fun when we get around to it. You know what? I think we'll use this power supply here. No, not that one. Yeah, this will work. I hate using donated stuff in systems that I intend to sell, but I'm sure Elmo won't care if we use one of the like 50,000 power supplies that he sent in. I need a knife. Or at least a screwdriver that's a flathead. Where is my knife? You know what? We'll use that bad stick of RAM. Perfect. That's fair. This one's missing. I'm pretty sure there's supposed to be a drive cage up front, but this one's missing that. Going to be a good looking computer. Maybe I should list it for 150. I don't think it's worth 150, but someone out there would pay it. Okay, Smart 500. 500 watts is just about perfect for this system. I mean, at full tilt, it'll use like 300. So that 400 watt would probably be a half decent pairing. It's just, people see 400 watts and they go, "Ooh, that's not gonna be good. That is gonna break down." But they see 500 watts and higher, and in their mind, they just go, "Oh yeah, that's great," even if the system won't use it. It's a numbers game. It's all about appearances. This is a filthy case. Oh my god. There's bugs. That's a cockroach. Hold on. My wife will tolerate a lot of stuff, but if I bring cockroaches in, I might just, might be out on the street. That is a dead cockroach. This has been sitting in my kitchen for a while. I haven't noticed any bugs. We're probably fine. Yeah, there should be 2 drive cages, but they're not here. I bought this case for $10 on Facebook Marketplace, so I can't complain too much. I've lost my rag. There it is. Oh. Wow, that's pretty gross. Mostly the cockroach. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna mute the stream for just a second while I use the duster. Okay, that's better. Ugh. It's so gross. Alright, oh, disgusting. We're going to reuse as much of this case as possible, including the super stripped out screws. Whoever had this case must have built a bunch of systems in it. Because it is super stripped out like everywhere. Now the previous owner only had 3 screws holding the power supply in. We're going to put 4. There we go. Yes, these are Ziploc baggies, but I'm not going to reuse them. It's faster to just rip them open. Damn. Doesn't want to go in. Okay. Well, that's our power supply. Okay. Looks like a lot of the standoffs are missing. And in the wrong place. So let's fix at least one of those by grabbing, I think it's this one. Yes. Now, let's see, because this is a super micro board. It does not use a completely standard. That computer is getting a little hot. Can you guys hear that? No, I agree. Can't even get access to that one, so we're gonna just pull both of these and move it one over. If I had time, I would, but I don't have time, so I won't. Now I actually do have a couple of extra standoffs kind of hanging around. I don't know what fractal case this is. Oh, come here. Here we go. Standoffs. I know I got some somewhere. That's the wrong kind. You got a lot of standoffs. Holy cow. Okay. They were just all in here. Okay. Well, let's go for the newer ones. See if they even thread in. Yes, they do. These don't fit my, that one does. Oh, that one, wow, there's a standoff broken off in here. Wait, what? What on earth happened there? There's a screw through one of the standoff holes, but it's in the back of the... What? Okay. Well, that's strange. We're going to ignore that. And everything will be fine. That doesn't want to go in. Man. I'm sure it's fine. I don't even really need this standoff, but it would be nice to have. What do I have that I can tighten this with? I don't have... No, that's too big. Aha, I know what to do. This is the wrong way to do it, but it will work. There, tight. Okay. Oh dear. Yeah. Let's catch up on chat, see what's been going on. I have technically gotten 0 done so far. We've mostly just been testing our various bits and bobs to see what works and what doesn't work. This will be the first full system that we put together. Oh, self-delusion can be a very valuable tool. Okay, ooh, Phoenix Pro. Hey. Okay. You like one of these? Bit Phoenix Prodigy? I think that's what this is. And it is sticky to the touch. I hate this case so much. I also don't have everything for it. So, let's get this installed. I do actually have the I/O plate for it. I don't know where it is. It's been missing since 2018. So, looks like everything lines up. Perfect. Okay, let's get this built. Yeah. I need to organize my screws one of these days. Today is not that day. Alright, now these two can be tightened. I know, riveting. That one felt like it cross-threaded, so we're good. Okay, get a couple more screws in here and we can call it secure, or at least pretend it's secure. That standoff doesn't seem to like this screw. Oh, I see. I should have checked all the standoffs to see if they were tight. Oh, that one is tight. Why does it not want... I don't know. We'll skip it for now. Weird. Okay. Let's try a coarse threaded screw to see if that's our issue. No. That standoff must just be stripped or something. Okay. Good enough. Let's get the back side. You know what? Let's get front panel connected. I know you won't be able to see this very well, but it is what it is. Power switch is there. Reset switch should be right above it, I think. Then we got a couple of LEDs towards the top. I think power LED is the very top. I do not know if positive's on the left or right, so I'm going to guess. Probably wrong. And then the HDD LED. Wow, it doesn't have plus positive or negative marked on there. That's cool. So that's our front panel, more or less done. Cable management. Perfect. Get that going. Now let's flip her around. Sounds like there's something rolling around the back. I don't think it was just a screw. Oh yeah. I've got a few. I just have too many screws and not enough time. Wow, that's pretty gross too. Now what the heck is rolling around on the back? Oh, that's... Why is there a side panel screw in here? Why is there two? What the hell? Alright, I need to mute again to dust this off. Okay. Well, we have all the panel screws now. That's weird that they were in here, especially considering that is where one of the standoffs goes. What on earth was the previous person doing? Dumb shit, that's what they were doing. We'll plug in the fan later. We could have a problem. So all the connections are on the top of the board. Will the 24 pin be long? It will be. Oh my god, that's amazing. CPU fan, or sorry, CPU power is almost not long enough. Try and squeeze both of these through. Now the previous system that we tested is going to be a donation system. Because I'm currently trying to raise enough money to, that was the wrong pass-through. Because I'm currently trying to raise enough money to get a 4K camera, I'm going to actually sell this system. So that's not even the CPU power, that's PCIe. What am I doing? There we go. Okay. There we go. Sometimes you gotta make the Popeye face in order for it to fit. Okay. That's our power connected. This is the minimum required to boot the system. This is 8. Oh, that's right. Okay. So here's another thing to watch out for when you're doing workstation boards. This motherboard does not have any onboard audio whatsoever. Period. Do I have a graph? Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. We've got a Sound Blaster Audigy, but it doesn't have a standard front panel output. Damn it. This is going to be a hard sell with no audio. Normally I'd get like a Sound Blaster Live and slap it in the last slot there. But I think most of those are in the garage. Unless I've got one sitting right here, which I really do not think I do. But I might. Oop. Nowhere to put my feet. Alright, let's see what we got. Touch some things on the keyboard that controls the stream PC. Did I close anything? No, I didn't. Perfect. Okay. Damn. I don't think I have a sound card here. And a couple of GTX 470s. And a busted video camera. Huh. This is going to be a hard sell without sound. Obviously they can get sound, either through USB or through DisplayPort, but yeah, we could, like I just said, we can get audio through the video card, but without like a headphone jack, these things just do not sell. I'm gonna try anyway. But ideally I'd get like a Sound Blaster Live or something and toss that in there. There's this. So this case, I do not believe that it has USB 2, so we're going to use this USB 3 adapter that was included with the case. And just kind of feed it through. At least attempt some cable management, you know? There we go. Yeah, this is super scuffed. Where's my Quadro? That in there. Yeah, they're going to have to either get audio through the graphics card or through USB. That's gonna be how it is. I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to get $100 out of this thing. Oh, we're gonna have to sell a few PCs, I think, if we're gonna get that camera. So let's see. Okay. Since... Oh, we don't even have the cages to mount a hard drive. I might have chose the wrong case. Could mount a hard drive in one of the 5 1/4 bays. Huh. This is getting more and more scuffed the more I look at it. And the more I look at it, the more I want to move on to a different PC. Because this is 90% built, but the last 10% is the worst. I don't have any large SSDs. So if I put a 256 gig SSD in here, someone's going to go, well, where's the rest of the storage? And they're going to notice that there's no hard drive cages, so I think I picked the wrong case. But I really don't want to disassemble it after putting all that effort into it, so I think... I don't even have any SSD mounts. I have a couple, but in order to access those, I'd have to remove the motherboard. Oh my god. Alright, this case is... We're moving on. Grab these side panels. Oh. Okay, we need something that I can sell to try and get that camera. What's this? I don't know what this is. I don't know if it works either. Let's grab this EVGA 400 watt power supply. I'm sure it's fine. Might as well plug in our front panel first. This is an older power supply because the 24 pin has the removable extra 4 to fit into a 20 pin, and we only have a 4-pin CPU adapter. Looks like, at least. Yep. So we don't need this anymore. See what happens, I guess. Oh, that's right. Probably need to plug it into power first. Oh, this is a real cheap one. It doesn't have a physical switch. So, what do we get? We get a screen. That's good. A6 3620 with 8 gigs of RAM. Okay. That's right, there's no... We have something. A6 3620. That's quite old. I don't know if this is worth building a system with. It's a useful board for early Windows 7 era stuff. Maybe Windows XP. But I don't know about anything modern. So I think we passed this one up. But hey, it's a working board. You know? Success. Yeah, we'll take it. Okay, next board. Next board. What's this? We're going to try our 2400 in this board. See if it works. Now this has 4 slots, which means if it is confined to 2 gig sticks at the bare minimum, it'll, you know, have 8 gigs, as opposed to the 2 slot board. It would have been restricted to 4 gigs, which is not usable in the modern world. If we can get this to work, I can probably sell this motherboard CPU combo for 20 bucks, or if I build a whole system out of it, I might get 40. This is not a valuable system, but I do want to know if it works. So I think what we're going to do is, don't do this by the way, but we're going to plug it in without cooler. We are going to put some RAM in it though. Let's try some 2 gigs just to see if it functions. Slot 1 is here. Don't do this. This is dumb. And power. I think that's the, wait, no, that's not the front panel. This is semi-proprietary, cool. We'll let the system think that there's a cooler. Wait. Oh, that is super bent. Never mind, this is not going to work. Okay, CPU fan connector is completely munged up. I'll have to fix that later. Let's move on. But let's get our CPU back. Oh, the Xeon workstation did not work out, mostly because the case was just too scuffed. So I was going to do another 2nd gen system, but didn't work out. Wow, that's super bent. Okay, it's okay, we have tons more. We have this one that was sent in by Bradley. So this one probably does work. I don't know what that's for. Don't know why the CPU fan's unplugged. Oh. Oh, it's one of the Dell 5 pins. You know what? I have some adapters. I'll be right back. Okay, so these are the adapters for the fan connector for Dell 5 pin, and this is a full ATX adapter for one of those weird HPs that uses a 18 pin instead of a 24 pin. I don't have one of those with me, although I do have one down in my garage. It's an X79 system, I believe. But let's get one of these plugged in. Dell 5 pin to a standard 4 pin. I think in some cases it's just a straight through, you know, you can plug the 4 pin in, but sometimes it's not. This time it actually does look like they mix some of them up. So we need a battery. I don't even know what's in this system other than I think it's got 8 gigs of RAM. Probably an i3 CPU. They all seem to have an i3. We'll get VGA plugged in. This is all twisted around. Now, does this use Dell's mega proprietary... Oh, it does. Fuck. If this doesn't turn on by itself, that stupid front panel thing right there... Oh, you can't actually see that anymore. That front panel thing right there, that is going to be our problem. I can just mash my screwdriver against it. There we go. I can't believe it, but that worked. Not that we have a screen. I don't know if this ever worked. I don't think Bradley's in the chat, otherwise... Can a monster in the back? Where? Oh! That's Olive. I don't drink that crap. Okay, the camera that I'm looking at, I put in chat before, but it's been a hot minute, so let me pull it back up. I know it's a JVC. I've got it in my checkout right now. I'm really hoping someone else doesn't pick it up because it's a good deal. Recently viewed. It's a JVC. I'll type this in chat. This is the camera that I'm... My keyboard's over there. Oh. This is the camera that I'm looking at. It is a JVC GY HM180U Ultra. Oh. They usually go for quite a bit, but I found one. I found one on eBay for only $500 because the little viewfinder's kind of wobbly, but the rest of the camera works just fine. And I just need to save up a little money. Hello, Justin. Yes. So this doesn't seem to be working. But that's okay. I'll figure that out later. This is a Dell motherboard. I really dislike using these. To get a front panel connected to it, you gotta do some weird stuff. They make adapters, but I ran out of them, so we'll work on this some other time, but it probably works. Okay. It is a big boy, and there's a couple of reasons why I want a camera such as that. The biggest reason, admittedly, is it's big. A couple of years ago, I gave away some computers at the local 4th of July parade, and I went out of my way to find a veteran to give them to. And I promptly got thrown out of the parade by the police. So, some weird fucking dude was just like, those could be bombs! And they called the police, and the police were like, look, it's obviously computers, they're not bombs, but we can't have you doing this, get out. Back then, I was recording on my phone. That was before it started to overheat. Now, once I got the big camera that I currently have, it's a Sony PMW EX3. It is a very good 1080p camera. It's huge, it's from like 2007, and once I got that, people stopped looking at me with suspicion whenever I was recording in public, and started looking at me like, oh, he belongs here. It makes you look professional, and if you look professional, people don't think you're doing weird shit. If you walk around with your phone on a tripod, there's different connotations to that in the current, let's just say the Epstein era. Shit's fucked, man. Oh, absolutely better low light, and the garage has terrible lighting. Let's grab another motherboard. Let's grab this one. this looks like another AMD system. It is indeed. Socket AM3. So this is not going to be a big money maker either. But I might be able to get 20 bucks out of it, depending on what's in this AM3 board. Big boy cameras are good. I just picked up a couple of DSLRs for testing. I need RAM for this. Here's some RAM for this. Oof. I don't know how many of you are aware that I have a second YouTube channel called Low Spec Action Squad Cameras. I love cameras. Front panel, here we go. Let's get this connected. And one of the most recent reviews I did was on this bad boy. This is a budget DSLR. I think I paid 150 bucks for it a couple years ago. It's a Canon T2. Oh, that works. Okay, perfect. Canon T2i. Nothing super special, 18 megapixel, but it takes such good photos, and it has access to the Canon EF mount. There's a lot of good glass for the EF mount. Okay, system fan has failed. That means it's going to want us to plug in a fan. Here's a fan. Where's our system fan header? System fan. Okay. This is one of those. I think this is supposed to have LEDs around the rim, but I don't think that they work. Okay. Well, it functions, but it's not telling us what CPU it has. So I guess we're busting out the keyboard. I doubt that this is a good CPU. It's probably going to be like an Athlon X4 or X2. Now it's socket AM3, not AM3 Plus. So in theory, we could have a Phenom, but I don't think we do. That would be kind of nifty though, wouldn't it? This goes with Braxton's motherboard. I'm going to guess delete to get into the BIOS. Pegatron, does that mean this is an HP board? No, it's not F2. Alright, F2 then. Who used Pegatron? Weed smell. That's going to be... Good question. Oh, here we go. Okay, what is our CPU? That's really funny. We have a 2 gig stick, but it detects it as 0 megabytes. And it doesn't know where it's installed. Something is seriously wrong with this board. I don't think that we're going to use it. It also doesn't know what the CPU is. Oh, Athlon 2 X4 630. Okay, not super great. Okay, this board has something very wrong with it. We're gonna just leave this alone. Now we start moving on to the interesting boards. Perfect. And because we're moving on to the good boards, we're gonna put away the bad power supply. We'll bring out this Corsair TX 750. It's old, but it's good. I should probably take that RAM back, shouldn't I? Okay, so here's our big boy power supply. Move some of this stuff away. I suppose we could catch up on YouTube chat. Let's see here. Really hoping to raise enough money to get to that camera. I really hope so. Let's see. Weed smell out of computer. I was going to answer that. There was, you can get one of those fogger systems that's supposed to like clean things with ozone. You could get, that's probably going to be one of your best methods, but a really good cleaning is probably just the simplest way. Let's see. Yes, I will be streaming for a very long time tonight. I got 2 more hours to go. Well, technically 3. Nikon makes some really good cameras. Ooh, SX23. Oh yeah. Okay. So. Woo. Our next potential victim is this one. Now this is something that Mike sent in. This was going to be my personal PC. If we can get this to function, that means I can sell my current system, which has a 5600G on a X470 platform. And I can probably get $100 out of that. I hope. I am so broke right now. Okay, where's the CPU power? That's PCIe. That's PCIe. That's PCIe. That's also PCIe. Where it? What? There we go. Okay. Okay. We have RAM. I don't know if it's the right RAM. Ouch, cut my finger. We need a cooler, but I think a socket 939 cooler will work. Like this. Why, yes, it will. So, we had some issues with this board last time we tried it. He sent a 5600X out to us, and we couldn't get it to post. So right now we have a Ryzen 3 1200 in here, and the 5600X is here that Mike sent in. It would be amazing to get this thing to work. SD600, oh yeah. A80, I started taking photography with an A20. Get some of this junk out of here. Okay. Put some thermal paste on. That could use a cleaning. I lost my, I had some isopropyl alcohol down here, but I have no clue where that went. Okay, I don't know which way this is supposed to go. And yes. Oops. Get on there. We are using a socket 939 cooler on AM4. It just fits. CPU fan, which one's CPU? There we go. It's not a PWM fan, so it might complain about that, but we'll see what happens. I need a graphics card for this for sure. So let's grab our R7 Fun fact about these, Budget Builds Official did a video on that, and he fucked up because there's multiple different versions of this card. There's several DDR3 versions. This is a 2 GB GDDR5 version, and that's important because on the 1 and 2 GB GDDR5 versions, sometimes you can overclock the core to 1100 megahertz. That the stock is like 700, and the memory you can just slide it all the way. You can exceed the performance of an R7 250 with this card, if you get the right version. Now we need our adapter. We'll try the DisplayPort one. Power. Front panel. Where's that? Where did it go? Here it is. Only thing I care about is the power button. All right. I don't know about this. We had trouble with this already, and I'm doing nothing different. Let's see here. I'll feel that, the A80. Phone's fine unless it overheats like mine. Yes, exactly. We have a red light on CPU. It might just be a dead board. Like I said, we've had issues with this before, but I'm actually, my throat's starting to hurt from all this talking. I'm going to grab a drink. I'll be right back. I didn't think anything would change, no. I'm sure that's a safe place to put that. So, I guess the question is, what do we do from here? Mike was completely sure that this was a working motherboard. Possibly the graphics card. I'll just fire it up without one, see what happens. The camera that I'm wanting is about $500, but I still need to get a couple of extra things after getting the camera. I need better SD cards. I guess that's actually about it, better SD cards. Still has CPU. Okay. Long shot, but we can try some different RAM. I do not think that this is going to work, but I've seen... Where is my DDR4? I've seen bad RAM cause the CPU issues. So we're going to take this Corsair stuff, which just always seems to work just fine. Actually, no. No, we're going to take just a simple 4 GB DDR4 stick. Just one stick. Just one. Throw it in here. Usually, it would help if it was the correct way around. Just like that. Don't think this is going to work, but it is worth a shot. CPU's got a red light again. Let's see. The clapper's hilarious. Someone did send this in. This is a, I think it's Bristol Ridge were the APUs for AM4. I think. But this is an A6 9500. Can't get this off now. Oh no. Alright, well, I have a flat head somewhere. I do. Come on. Damn it. I can't get the cooler off. That's what I get for using a 939 cooler. God damn it. Okay. Let's see what I need to do. Almost. Oh, come on. There we go. Okay. Maybe we don't latch it next time. Oh, I have stabbed boards before, absolutely. Gotta pop my back. Oh, there we go. Okay. Clean all this goo off of here. And we'll try this. We're just gonna set it on here this time, I think. Good enough. Yeah. And since it's an APU, we can actually use the onboard graphics. Heck yeah. Okay. Don't think this is gonna work. Pretty sure it's a dead board, or it has a bad BIOS or something. Oh. Didn't even want to turn on that time. Yeah, it's not turning on. With the, Huh. We're not turning on anymore. Okay, that's not super great. Olive should be back, let's see, in about 2.5 hours. That's how long I've got. don't see any obvious damage to the board. That doesn't really mean anything, but we will once again try the 5600X. I really do not think it's going to work, but one can hope. This is true. This is true. More room in the garage after throwing away the bad hardware. God, I hope this works. I need to get that camera. My current stuff just is not cutting it. I mean, I'm using like handy cams, camcorders from like 2010. And buying a new phone won't cut it either. Okay. Oh. 5600X does not have onboard graphics, I don't think. Well, we turned on this time. Red light for the CPU again. Oh, wait a minute. We're doing something different this time. Okay, let's get a graphics card. Hold on. Hold the phone. Not power supply. This is a good power supply, tested good. It could just be that the original problem was either RAM or the CPU just needed to be reseated 10,000 times. Which I have seen before. We're going to let it cycle a bunch. If this works, it's going to be my PC, and I'm going to sell my current PC, which is a 5600G and an X470 chipset. I might be able to get $100 out of that. Sometimes these things just need to cycle a bunch. I have seen that. We could try a more modern PSU, but when we first had these issues, we were using it with a brand new power supply. We'll give it a shot, though. We'll give it a shot. It should be exactly the same, though, as far as power delivery. That was my fan. There might be a little bit of dust up there on that fan. So let's see. Some of it got into my coffee. Okay. Just for shits and giggles, we'll go ahead and plug in the extra 4-pin as well for the CPU, which should not technically be necessary, but I want to give this the best possible shot of working. Alright, what do we got? Make sure my hair doesn't get in that. The GPU is EFI capable, yes, it's an R7240. But I do have a 1050 Ti sitting right there that I could use instead. I could reset the BIOS by removing the battery, yeah. But let's try the 1050 Ti. I've used this exact card on a modern AM4 platform before, but that doesn't mean that this board doesn't have issues with it. Where's my 1050? Here it is. Okay. Well, let's see what happens. If this doesn't work, I'll try the BIOS, but I don't know. Same behavior. It's just cycling. Same behavior. No, the GPU doesn't need extra power in this particular case. There are some 1050 Ti's that do require a 6-pin. This is not one of them. Now, I will say that someone, I don't think it was me, but someone ripped the back end of this PCIe slot off, the clip, which does mean that there's a good chance that someone was already doing this and swapping graphics cards to try and diagnose a problem. I'm going to try it without the BIOS battery for a second. Because that's kind of the only thing I didn't do. Anyone with old junk becomes a scientist. It's true. CPU's getting a little warm. It's doing something. It's just not doing what it's supposed to do. That ain't it, folks. Who makes Tough Gaming? Is that Gigabyte? I don't think I've ever owned a working Gigabyte board for anything. Don't know why. But that's all she wrote. That's all I'm willing to test. Now, some of these do support the... Oh yeah, it was definitely getting warm. It was doing something, again, just not what it was supposed to do. So, my next troubleshooting step for this board would be to put the 12, whatever the heck, back in. Was it Ryzen 3 1200? And do a BIOS flashback, which you can, in theory, do without memory. But that is beyond the scope of this stream. So we're just going to put it back in to protect the socket. Not that you really need to. It's a PGA socket, so it's pretty well protected. PGA stands for pin grid array as opposed to LGA, which is land grid array. I know that a lot of you probably already knew that, but just for those that didn't. Okay. That is very disappointing, but not unexpected. So, the truth is, if I really wanted that camera, what I should do is sell off a lot of my DDR4. Now, I gotta put this stuff back in anyway. From here, this way, is regular DDR4. and from here this way is ECC registered DDR4. Now, my problem is about half of this was donated by folks, and if I can get this even lined up, I do not like the concept of selling stuff that other people have donated to me for free. So the DDR4 is going to stay with me. It's not getting sold. There's like 3 sticks in there that I personally purchased. I can sell those, but the rest is off limits. And I know that some of you who donated RAM will say, oh, just sell it, just sell it. It's not right. Besides, what if I get more of this, you know? More of these that need RAM. Since I bonked the fan and the dust descended upon us. So that's disappointing, but there's still something we can try. Okay, next board. Okay, we're getting old school now. This is not going to be a moneymaker, so I think we're out. I think we're beyond the let's make money builds and into does this even work. So this is a 1 gig stick of something, most likely DDR2 based on the appearance, but it doesn't actually say. It's an Intel board. Looks like LGA 775. Oh yeah, it says right there on the side. Cool. I don't know what's in here, so let's find out. It could be a fun little build. You know, maybe. And yes, Core 2 Duos can absolutely still be good CPUs even today. I've already proven that. I used one myself. Well, not a Duo, but I used a Core 2 system for almost a full month before a friend needed to borrow my graphics card. He still has it. I should call him. Okay. Oh, yeah. I should connect the monitor. Sometimes, you know. Survey says, does this work? Wow, that's loud. Three beeps. Could be memory. We'll just pull one stick and reseat the other. This is a clean system. Alright, let's see. Check if the board comes with dual BIOS. Yeah, it's worth checking. Okay, I think this board is donezo. The BIOS flashback button has been physically broken off the board. So someone's already had a go with this. Does not appear, at the moment at least, to have a dual BIOS switch. For those who are curious, this is an Asus TUF Gaming X570 Pro Wi-Fi, and it has been stripped of its M.2 standoffs. The BIOS flashback button is ripped off the board. It's unfortunate, but I am convinced that this is just dead. Okay, now this one's not happy either, which is strange because it's had this RAM sitting in it this whole time. Does this even have a CPU in it? Yes, it does. I need DDR2 for this. Oh, here we go. That's a 2 gig stick. That's probably not going to work. There's no way that just works, right? No. Come on, you're joking. Okay. Will a 4 gig DDR2 stick work here? Yes, those exist. Yes, I have a bunch. That's registered. That's not. 4 gig DDR2. There's no way this works, right? It's impossible. Give me the beeps. Okay. But 2 gigs works. Okay. Let's stick a couple of 2 gig sticks in here. And with 4 gigs of RAM, this would be pretty pretty good for like a light Linux distribution, maybe Ubuntu or something. That looks like it matches. This could be a half-decent donation PC, depending on what's even in it. Let's grab the keyboard and plug that in. It's new enough to not have FireWire, that's what really matters. Doesn't like the second stick. Is this 2 rank by 8? Yes, it is. Intel does not like 2 rank by 8, at least back in this era. I don't know if I have any 2 gig sticks that aren't 2 rank by 8. That's a tough one. Two rank by 8. 2 rank by 8. Mystery. Oh, I love mystery RAM. Let's use the mystery stuff. I've actually had DDR3 throw the same error when it's 2 rank by 8, so that is not always true. It is true most of the time, but I'm talking about super early DDR3 systems where it's either late Core 2 or super early Core I, like the 3 number, you know, i7 860, or sometimes the early 2nd gen, like i7 2600, stuff like that. Those systems occasionally, H61 and older, those ones occasionally have issues with 2 rank by 8. So they will work, but often not in the same channel together. That's why back in the day, you used to have internet chuds saying, "Oh, Intel doesn't work with high density RAM." Wrong, but also technically correct. Try this low profile stuff. I would like to get this board up to 4 gigs in order for it to be a half-decent donation PC. Doesn't like that either. Okay. Huh. That's ECC. We're still dropping dust from the fan. Okay, I think that's it. So this is 1 gig. I wonder if it's just speed that it's pissed off about. DDR2 800. DDR2 800. That's the one that worked. And the one, okay, that was the 2 rank. Okay. I think that's, oops, that's probably it. Yeah, 2 rank by 8. Well, it was worth a shot. I'm not going to work anymore on this specific motherboard. We could probably get it working with 2 gigs of RAM. But I'm looking for systems I can actually get out the door, and with 2 gigs of RAM, that's a real tough sell. Unless I threw XP on it, put like an old graphics card in here and said, oh, look, retro, but not what I'm doing today. Maybe in the future. Get this DDR2 out of here. Now what do I have? We're getting into the big boards. Okay. Was this the weird board? I think it was. Yes. Okay. This was the Fujitsu motherboard that I was told would not work with a standard ATX power supply, and that it would physically explode if I attempted. Last time we tried it, and it didn't explode. So, but we didn't have any coolers, backplates for it. This time, however, let me move some stuff. This time we got all this water cooling stuff. I picked up a bunch of backplates while picking up this stuff. So, if I can find them, there's one, and there's 2. And just for good measure, I also bought a bunch of coolers themselves, at great fucking expense, I might add. These fuckers are $40 a piece. I think I bought like 8 of them. Elmo helped, of course. I couldn't afford that by myself. But they should not be that expensive. The water block was cheaper than this cooler. And they're used. I hate them. But this is one of the few, not the only, but one of the few CPU coolers that was designed for socket 771, 604, and 603 that doesn't bolt into the actual case itself. We need our razor again. Where did I put that? I thought it was like right here somewhere. Uh-oh. Where did that go? I actually do need that. Where did it go? I can see that I'm missing some stuff in chat, so let me move this stuff real quick, and I will catch up on chat. Where did I put that? Is it over this? No. Oh dear. Alright, let's catch up on chat. What do we got? That's amazing. Runs with chainsaw. That LGA 775. That's amazing, actually. Let's see. Oh yeah, DDR3 is so cheap right now. Let's see. It would make a good XP machine, yeah. Let's see. Yes, this is Masochism Central. Where is that knife? I thought I put it like right here. Wait a minute, there it is. Aha. Was it this one? Yeah. Wow, that's on there good. That's on there really good. I can feel it. It does not want to come off. We'll run it. Why did I plug this in? Oh my god. Okay. Back plate 1. What am I missing in chat? Yeah. I need that Goodwill bag. Because I'm at Goodwill all the time. Getting junk. Getting ripped off most of the time. Goodwill goes to eBay now and does eBay pricing. It's so stupid. Thrifting has been ruined by influencers and garbage like that. So, where's my... Here it is. That's the wrong screw. No wonder it wasn't going in. Look at that. Got a cooler. Not perfect, but it'll do. Okay, I have to assume that this fan header right next to the socket is probably the CPU fan header. Let's get number 2 on. Back plate, scissors. It really has. Thrifting is just... Every fucking store's checking eBay going, oh yes, this thing that someone gave us for free, we're going to maximize our profits off of it. It's the worst. So that way, Brenda and her 3 kids can no longer afford to get jackets at Goodwill because, you know, some 20-year-old wanted eBay pricing for it. Where the hell? Here it is. The cooler. Okay. Now we need the cap for the cooler. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Where's the cap? There it is. Thank goodness. This is the stuff that gets everywhere. So... get this on. This is a motherboard out of, I believe, a Fujitsu Siemens, oh, what the hell is it called? An Oxygen 630? Something 630. And this god damn motherboard was like $200. Now, for this HEDT video that I'm doing, I need a board. All the systems have to have a couple of things. They need to be able to use a standard ATX power supply, fit in a standard ATX case, and they must have either AGP or a full-length PCI Express slot. This is one of the first Socket 604 systems to have a full-length PCI Express slot. For some reason, people think that makes it like a $100,000 machine. You know what? Let's use this. This one, no, we're not using that one. I have a half-decent GPU that just has VGA right on it. Come on. Surely I do. Something PCI Express, preferably. Give me that VGA, I'm sick of adapters. Here, oh, this one I think is dead. Grab it anyway. That's HEP. You guys ever seen a PCIe 1X graphics card? Ta-da! That's right. PCI Express 1X. That's a 8400 GS. I don't know if this card works, and I kind of don't want to test it because that's multiple variables all at once. What do I have? Oh, hey, got this one. Nick actually refurbished this one for us. That was super awesome of him. I used to work with him at O'Reilly's back in the day. So let's get this all connected again. 8-pin should be good to go. Come on, you fucker. Now, VGA. And finally, we'll try and turn this thing on and see if it explodes like everybody says it will. And by everybody, I mean half the people that I talked to said it would explode because the voltage rails would be reversed, and the other half said it would work just fine, but just in case, we're going to step back over here. Looks like it works just fine to me. Question is, will we get a stream? If I bought a $200 paperweight, I'm going to crash out. Oh my god. Oh. We're good. We're fucking good. Oh. Take that, internet. Regular ATX works just fucking fine. Okay. Oh, okay. We got 2 gigs of RAM passed. That's good. That's exactly... Those are 2 gig sticks? Oh my god, they are. Okay. Yeah. This is fantastic. Uses a Phoenix BIOS, which is not super common of this era. Most people have moved on from them. Oh. That was like server posting, just waiting for the life cycle controller. This might actually have something similar. I think this is DDR1. No! That's 333 DDR2. That's really slow DDR2. I have more of this. We could give this 16 gigs, you know, alongside our Pentiums. This might work with 4 gig sticks. Now here's the thing. I'm not going to bother because for the HEDT video, this is going to have, let's see. You know what? Let me pull up my script. It's really hard to script these videos because I don't know what it's going to do. You know, I've written the script based around this, but I don't know what the performance is. So there's a lot of, wow, look at that, insert number, performance. So let's see, HEDT video scripts. So the first one is going to be early Pentium 4s with 2 gigs of RAM. The next one is going to have 4 gigs of RAM. I think this one has 8, so we need to bump this up to 8. Yes, so that's Gen 1. Gen 2 is not this one. Where is Gen 3? Here it is, okay. 8 gigs. We need to get this up to 8 gigs. And I think it's all right here at, wait, no. This is this the right stuff? I don't think so. No, here it is. Okay. We could try the 4 gig DDR2, but I think we're just going to stick to the 2 gig sticks. And we're going to split it amongst all the channels, because I believe that this is actually a quad channel system. Now, I didn't like that. What did I put in? Is this too fast? No, it's the same. It's exactly the same. Maybe I have to fill them numerically? I've seen that before. You just got to fill them numerically. Okay. I mean, should at least be dual channel. So, let's see. Let's catch up on chat. Let's see. How many systems? I have not actually had a single successful full system build. We got really close with the Xeon X. I thought it was a 3470, but it was a 3460. And then we found out that the case was just too scuffed and we couldn't use it. This is one of the HEDT systems. So this one, we will actually be completely building today. Which means I also need to figure out what the hell the front panel is, because I do not know. It's super oh, thank God. We've posted with 8 gigs of RAM. Oh. Do we want to jump up to 16 gigs just for funsies? You know, 16 gigs with effectively 2 Pentium 4s? That would be so funny. It is 64-bit, yes. Let's see. We're actually going to have both 32-bit Windows XP and 64-bit Windows 10 running on this. The reason we're going to do 32-bit Windows XP is 8 gigs. Perfect. The reason we're going to do 32-bit Windows XP and not 64-bit is the earlier systems both used 32-bit Windows XP, and I don't want to introduce a new, completely different testing environment, because the 64-bit version of Windows XP is based on a different kernel than the 32-bit version, and there are performance differences between them, even on the exact same system. So, to preserve the testing data, and because nothing I'm going to do is going to go past 4 gigs on the XP era machines anyway, to preserve the data, we're going to stick with 32-bit XP. Possibly. Alright, let's check chat. Yeah, go for 16. Oh, don't worry, we're going to do more dual processors today. I have 2 more dual processor PCs we need to build. So let's see. Fuck it. Let's go for gold. These are, by the way, 2 gig DDR2 333 pulled out of IBM HS20 Blade servers. I personally scrapped about 300 and, well, let's see. There are, I think, 14 per chassis, and we scrapped 20 chassis. However many that is. A lot. That should be 12, and this will bring us up to 16 girthy gigabytes of DDR2. The slowest goddamn DDR2 as well, because it's 333 and it's ECC. Let's see what happens. Will it beep? Yes, it will. Okay. I don't think 8 gigs is the maximum. I think that it's 16. You know, I've actually seen this type of behavior before, where in order to get the maximum amount, you actually have to jump down in speed. So we might need DDR2 266. Yes, that does exist. I don't think I have it though, at least not in the quantity needed to fill this board. Yeah. 8 gigs is enough for us anyway. That's what we were going to do for the video. We tried. We did try. I think I've only got 2 sticks that are that slow. So, we need to figure out the front panel output on this. It's not listed anywhere on the board, and the few board schematics I could find online, well, they were just wrong. So let's Fujitsu Siemens, was it an Oxygen 630? The Celsius R630. Okay, not Oxygen. R630 front panel. Pin out. Useless. Absolutely useless. We're gonna have to do the screwdriver method where we just poke around, which means we are once again at risk. So let's make an educated guess. You know, we'll wait for it to be posted, because sometimes they don't react to front panel inputs until after they've posted. So let's catch up on chat. These are dual-sided RAM. It happens, man. It is socket 604. Yes. Yes, it is. The way that I've got the HEDT video set up is we're going to start with socket 603. We're doing dual Pentium 4s for the first HEDT system. Windows XP is really what enabled HEDT, because in my opinion, to be HEDT as far as we consider it today, it has to support a consumer operating system. So Windows NT out of the question, and so is Windows 2000, because that is, on Microsoft's own words, a workstation operating system not designed for general consumers. So XP was the first operating system for general consumers from Microsoft to support multiple processors, multiple cores. So Windows XP in 2001 is what really enabled HEDT to exist. So starting with socket 603 2001, bumping up to socket 604, still AGP in 2003, sticking with 604 in 2005, but jumping up to PCI Express. Then we jumped to 771 in 2006 with the invention of Core 2 Quad. Then we're doing Skull Trail, because Skull Trail was like the penultimate high-end, HEDT market segment before the modern era. So let's see if we can get this to respond. I don't even know if this is the front panel. Please don't short out. I think that's the reset button. I think that's the reset button. which means, oh, please be right. This one's probably powered. Again, we're going to wait for it to be posted. Yep. Or sorry, not 664, 604. Do I have a 604 CPU? I do. So, are you familiar with socket 478 for the original Pentium 4s? 604 was the higher end version of that. Same CPU core, different socket. It enabled registered ECC, and it had a whole bunch more PCI. Not PCI Express, PCI. PCI Express came later. This doesn't even have native PCI Express. It goes through the chipset to get PCI Express lanes. It wasn't until 771 and 775 that PCI Express became more or less native, as far as I'm aware, to the CPU itself. So, I'm thirsty. I could be wrong on that. Correct me if I'm wrong. This really does have friggin' huge boot time. Okay. The last enterprise P. Yes, it was. This is the last enterprise socket. However, it wasn't just enterprise. You could go to Newegg and just buy a standard consumer-based version of socket 604, and I can prove it because I've got one right here. This is an ASUS consumer-grade 604 system, not for servers, not for workstations. This is a, was it like P4DL or something? I don't remember. PC-DL. The camera's probably not going to focus on it, but it's right there at the bottom of the board. This was a consumer-oriented motherboard in dual socket 604 with AGP Pro. Okay. That's true. You know what? Let's just... I don't think this is working, so let's try this. I bet you this CMOS battery's bad. Let's pull that. Replace it with a grain cell. I think Elmo sent those in. In fact, I'm positive he did. Got a bunch of thermal paste stuck under my thumbnail there. This is going to be PCI Express 1.0. It really would struggle with... There we go. Will this... So that's not the power button, probably. Unless it's still doing its thing. No. Damn it. Well, where else could it be? I have too much goddamn hair. That really looks like it wants to be the system reset. I don't know. Okay. I might have to look into this a little more later. At the bare minimum, we can just hit... What is that? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Might have found it. Don't know what I was hitting, but the board didn't like it. I might have to do some more research later to figure out where the power button is on this. But it's the thing. All right, let's see. Nope. And that next one's got to be USB, right? I got nothing on front panel. But wait, I'll figure it out later. For now, we have a functional system, and since I have to figure it out later, we're probably not going to be putting this in a case right now. But that's huge. We are just about ready to put this into an actual, fully finished system. This will be paired with, oh shoot, what are we pairing it with? Is it a Quadro 1800? Um, 8 gigs of RAM. Quadro FX 4500, which is the exact same chip as a GeForce 7800 GTX, only it's got like a crazy high amount of RAM. I think it's like 4 gigs of RAM, I think. The only question that I've got is, will the RAM be super crazy mega slow RAM, or it will still will it even affect games? But that's what we're gonna do for this. Let's get this out of here. So hey, I'll take that. It works. It works well. Oh, that RAM gets hot. I might want to put a fan on that. Okay, let's move this, I don't know where, out of the room. Okay, let's catch up on chat. I've had Windows 10 running on Prescott before. Not well, but it does work. Let's see. Correct, the board did not blow up with an ATX issue. Let's see, what was the next one I was going to look at? Aha! Yes. This is a normal board. A normal dual socket board, but a normal board nonetheless. So this has got the same problem as the other one, where I need to grab some of those backing plates. I think I might need to pick up more of those, and they're only $8 a piece. It's a little more affordable for me. This is dual socket 771, and we are jumping straight up to Core 2 Quad. There are net burst CPUs for this socket, but the Core 2 Quad came out at the exact same time. They released NetBurst, Core 2 Duo, and Core 2 Quad for 771 basically at the same time, so I don't see a reason not to just jump straight to Core 2 Quad. So that'll give us 8 cores and 16 girthy gigabytes of, I believe, this is finally DDR2FB DIMMs. So, where are my CPUs? They are somewhere here. I can smell them. Now let's get some of this useless crap out of here, like this DDR4 we won't be needing. I think this is our, I don't know what's what anymore. I've lost track of stuff. I think this is our DDR2. This is DDR something. Oh, that's 4 gig DDR3, that's 8 gig DDR3. Yes, that's right, okay. 2 gig DDR3, that's going to be this one. I will sort this all later. I'm sure my pants are going to hook on that and make it all come crashing down. But we'll worry about that later. When I'm picking it all up off the floor. There's a CPU, not the one I'm looking for though. Oh yeah, I got this ordered special off the internet. You can't see anything about that, can you? Linux inside. Alright, let's catch up. It won't run on any 64-bit CPU, but the qualification of pretty much is accurate. Just about all of them can. I actually have a 32-bit version of Windows 10 on CD. Are these my CPUs? Yes. I think. Where's my phone? What was I going to use? Core 2. Oh, that's funny. I hadn't settled on a model of Xeon, so I've just got. We have a nice pair of Xeon model listed here. Fuck. Well. Okay. I brought up the wrong thing. Okay. Well. What is this board compatible with? I think this one is compatible with just about all of them, but we want like a 3300 Xeon. To be era accurate, we would want it to be 3300, like a 3350 or something. I have tons of those. But, or sorry, like a 5350. Where did I put those? Those are not the right ones. I am losing my mind. What is this? That's a Q8400. See some 1366 CPUs. Wait a minute. What are these? 5472s. That's for Skull Trail. Damn. So I could run down to my garage to get the correct CPUs, but I might be gone for like 3 solid minutes. Huh. I don't know about that. Prescott was technically 64-bit compatible, but not on socket 478. The Prescott-based 604 Xeons had that enabled. So, technically, I mean, does it really count? So, no, it does not. I don't even know if that has SSE3. So 64-bit Prescott does exist. It's just exclusive to socket 604. Unless you get... What did they do 64-bit Prescott in socket 775? I think they might have. Let me just Google it. They did make it for 775, and I believe, come on, in 775, that is when they enabled 64-bit. Prescott had SSE 3. Okay. What do I do? Let's see. The 2M's pretty great. Okay. I do want to test this system. I bought this literally brand new. This was new old stock, sealed in its box. So I'd be very surprised if it didn't work. But you never know. So I think the strat is I'm going to run down to my garage and grab the correct box of CPUs I've got that has these CPUs. I know exactly where it is. I think I know where it is. I'll be gone for 2 or 3 minutes. I do apologize. But if we're going to continue with this board, I gotta have CPUs for it. So I do apologize, and I'll be right back. Oh, it is so unbelievably hot outside. Oh, okay. So I think it's like 98 right now with a heat index of about 118. So It's either that or 115. For you Europeans, it's like 45, 46 degrees, I think. Let's see. We'll get this desk cam on it. These are Core 2 Duo, Celeron D, E8400. Speaking of cedar mill, there's a bunch there. Here we go. 5050, that's net burst. 51. 52. E53. Do I not have more? There we go. E54. Oh, these are 54s. Fuck. What's this? X3220s. Pentium 3s. Pentium 1s. I don't know what those are. Okay. It's getting E5450s. That's what it's getting. I thought I had a bunch of... Wait a minute. No, hold on. I'm an idiot. Remember these boxes of FB DIMMs that I showed off earlier? I have like 1,000 sticks of FB DIMMs. We're just going to set this on top of the board because that is safe and secure. I got a bunch of CPUs in here. I think some of these might be 5450s. Are these all 5450s? Yes, they are. Fuck. Okay. Well, I guess that settles it. We're doing E5450s. This needs to go down here, which is not exactly what I was going for, but you know what, I'll take it. That's a fresh socket. Where did I put them? That's clean. This board has never had CPUs in it before. Isn't that fantastic? I need to move this box. It's just kind of... Okay. I'll get this in, and then I'll check chat. E5450. SLBVM, for those who are curious. Okay, let's check chat. Okay. Yeah, it's hot as hell. It's 82 degrees inside my apartment right now and climbing because I've got the AC off. I turned the AC off because it was so goddamn loud. Let's see. I was gonna say I was pretty sure Windows 11 would work on the Core 2 series, but you were limited in a certain update. So you can run older Windows 11. You guys. Some of that might actually be an actual language. It's so hot. 60's kind of nice. When you're used to 90 plus here, 60's pretty good. Okay. German. Oh, hell yeah. If anyone's not familiar with the BSEL mod, you basically, as far as I'm aware, you just tape off some of the pins, so that way the system, the motherboard, doesn't know what front side bus to run it at, and it just defaults to the fastest. So it's a really good way to overclock, and that's how you would usually overclock a Q6600. I think you could get like 3+ gigahertz out of it. I think like 300 or 3.33 gigahertz. Someone tell me. I'm sure one of you knows. The good stuff. Would you believe that I've got like 60 or 70 of these CPUs in that exact S spec? I don't know what to do with them. But we've got our CPUs. Now we need our back plates, which means the water cooling bag needs to come back out. I'm going to need to pick up more back plates. They're Dynatron back plates, just in case anyone needs that info. There's one. They're about $8 a piece. Not too bad. There's two. Do I have more? I do have more. Here's one that's already open. I might not need to buy more back plates. Oh, that would be fantastic. Do I have one more? Please tell me I have one more. I don't. Alright, I need to buy at least one back plate. Yes. Okay. Also, I am starving. How long have we been streaming? 4.5 hours? Okay. Q6600 is so fun. Alright, let's grab some more coolers. Okay. So these are super fucking heavy in addition to being expensive, because the entire bottom part is just one solid chunk of copper. Oh boy. There's one. Just need to get it lined up. There we go. Okay. Get some goop. Can you get? Yeah, you can see that. Again, I want to apologize about not having the lapel microphone, but there was some weirdness with the whole setup here. So next time we stream, I will have the lapel microphone. That's not the screwdriver I want. Almost done with number one. Although, yeah, this is CPU 1. Sometimes they're listed as CPU 0 and CPU 1 instead of CPU 1 and CPU 2. But in this case, it's 1 and 2. Perfect. Plug this in. And this is the first system where we get access to PWM fans as well, so there's better fan control. Okay. Get the goop applier. We do have night food trucks, and they're all absolutely terrible. Last time I went to one, I got food poisoning, and I was laid up for like 3 days. It was so bad. Which, it didn't even taste good. And they stole my credit card information. The food trucks here are terrible because it's a college town, and they can basically get away with selling anything at night to the drunk college kids. The good news is, the credit card that I used only had a $300 limit, and I was already basically maxed out, so when I got home and they were trying to use all my credit card stuff, I just kept getting transaction denied, and I'm like, fuckers. Get wrecked, scammers. $5 for a bad quesadilla is just the worst. Okay, and CPUs are in. Now this should have a... Actually, I never checked. Does it have a normal front panel? Please. Okay, it doesn't have a normal front panel, but it has one that's at least clearly identifiable. And I have the original box. Hey, I'll be right back. Alright. Where did I put the instructions? Don't tell me I threw them away. I threw them away. Well, I'll figure it out. I think this uses FB DIMMs. Pretty sure it uses FB DIMMs. They sock it in at least. That's a 4 gig DIMM. I guess at this point, let's... So there's an 8-pin CPU connector here and a 4-pin over here. We're going to ignore the 4-pin for now because I'd have to get like an extension to reach it. And I don't want to. And we have onboard video, so that's good. Now, our brand new, never powered on motherboard. Making some weird clicking noises. It's gonna make me hunt for the front panel, isn't it? Maybe it's like Supermicro. Maybe it's here. Nope. There it is. Yay, I'm the best. Okay. Let's catch up on chat while this posts. $54.82s. Yes. I have 5472s. I couldn't afford the 5482s. Those are the only ones I have with the 1600 megahertz front side bus. And most importantly of all, I found out that they are actually outperformed by the 5460s or 62s or whatever the hell, by like a solid 10%. So I wasted my money. No screen yet, but this is designed to be a server or a workstation motherboard. Maybe it's still doing post activities. I mean, we saw the Fujitsu. Let's see. Correct. Tape mod just tells it, you know, hey, you can't know. So let's see. What else did I miss? Hey. That's not a bad idea, runs with chainsaw. I'm thinking of ordering pizza. I'm so hungry. You got 2.5 gigahertz out of a Willamette? That's amazing. I tried that on mine and I couldn't get past like 1.9 without stability issues. Okay. So we haven't posted. Could be a couple things. There is a speaker on here, so if it was RAM it would probably beep at us. It could be CPUs. Remember how I wanted to use the 5300 series? Might be limited to the 5300 series. This is a 4 gig stick. We're gonna take this out and switch to a lower capacity stick. Why do I throw things everywhere? I don't think it's the capacity. I think that it's just wanting the 5300 series. It's a 1 gig stick. Is this even the right slot to put it in? It's not. DIMM A1's down here. I think it was this one? No. It was. Where's my button? There's my button. Could be the BIOS battery. I mean, it is really friggin' old, and it's the original one. Let's see. I do like Casey's Pizza. The fan is incredibly loud. I do apologize for that. Let's try the ancient but brand new BIOS battery. There we go. I don't know. Might have to pull these CPUs and install the one 5300 series I've got. Or I could do dual core, but I don't want to do that. True. Let's try something. Hold on. Where did I put it? Somewhere around here I have a 4-pin to Molex adapter, which will let us plug in that extra 4-pin. There it is. But I'm not reaching it from over here, that's for sure. Oh, maybe I'm not reaching it from over here either. That's not it. Where did I put that? Is it over here? Well, I had one. It's probably within like a foot of me. It was right here. Probably underneath something. Huh. That is unfortunate. Where the hell did that go? Should have been right here. I need a second. Oh, where is that? I didn't find it, but I found another box of CPUs. They're all E5450s. Well, technically not all of them. I got some Irwindale Socket 604 CPUs. Where did that go? Well, I wonder if that old does this have? Here's an 8-pin. The rest are all PCIe. Shoot. Okay. That's all Battletech miniatures. The really frustrating thing is it was right there before I started the stream. I must have moved it somewhere. It's surely, I mean, it's got to be like right here, right? Huh. Hitting buttons on the keyboard, hopefully I didn't miss that. There goes the RAM. Yeah, we're good. Okay. Well, I guess we're gonna be pulling these off. I knew this would happen. But I don't have anywhere else to put them. So, they're going out of the room. Okay. Well, is it just down here somewhere? Okay. That's extremely frustrating and it's bothering me, but I think we're just gonna have to pull these and try that single 5300 series we do have. And if that works, then I'll have to order some more on eBay. Which is really frustrating because I wanted this video to be out like 2 months ago. So rip that plan. No, that's not it. Okay. It was worth a shot. Where's those covers? I want to put the covers back on. I don't know how these go on. Well, it's not going back on. Okay. It is getting so hot in here. It's now 6 p.m. I have to go in an hour anyway. I'm sweating. It's probably about 85 degrees inside my apartment without the AC going. With the AC, it can reach a cool 75 degrees. That's as low as it gets in here. Because our AC sucks. Oh. Let's grab that, whatever that 5300 series was. Ooh. Was it down here? 5345. Only got the one. I swore I had a bunch. I must have put them somewhere else. Oh. Don't do this. Okay, let's see if this works. $53.45 S-Spec SLAEJ. Also, don't do this, but we've already got thermal paste on it, and I intend to replace this anyway, so we're just gonna... It's fine. You know, we're good. I just want to see the system function, since we don't have the right CPUs for it right now. I'll be happy once I know it functions. All of these are beyond their eBay return windows. That sucks. But this one was brand new. You know, I don't blame the seller for not knowing that it didn't work. Okay, get that plugged in. So it could have been the CPU not being supported. It could have been us not having that second one plugged in. But hopefully this will work at least. That's not the right. It's already plugged in. Okay. CPU fan didn't spin up. Interesting. I just heard it click from the power supply. That's odd. Let me catch up on chat, see what's been going on. Oh boy. True, for emulation. The 9650 I do not believe would benefit from the tape mod, no. But that is also true. If you have a 1600 FSB, it will kinda work, I think. Let's see. Oh, under the retention bracket. Okay. I don't think this board works. Or again, we have to have that plugged in, which that's not reaching. What do I have for a different power supply that might reach? Not that one, that's for sure. That's a piece of shit. No. No. I really thought we'd be building more systems today. No. Well, maybe this one. Get up here. Yeah, this one will work. Okay. Oof. This is an Antec Earthwatts 750. I've had people tell me not to use these, but I've actually had fairly decent experience with them. So I got this for free out of a garbage PC, so you know it's quality. We're gonna do it. Can't convince me otherwise. So let's get our 8-pin plugged in. Our extra 4-pin. It would be nice if this worked. That no longer turns it on. That's the locate light. So it doesn't want to turn on now. If I take this out, maybe you have a bad power supply. I don't think we're gonna get this one working today, guys. I don't think we are. And I don't know why. I'm gonna have to find the... I'm pretty sure I kept the documentation on this, I just don't know where I put it. It's probably here on the floor next to me, but I'm not digging through that right now. Oh boy. This poses a conundrum for me. All these systems, and not very many of them actually work. I've got more down in my garage, of course, that I could grab, but I have less than an hour before I have to be at before my wife comes home. Before I have to end the stream. This was a disappointment. Again, could just be that thing, but when we plugged it in now it doesn't want to post. It didn't want to post previously either. I don't know what the problem is with this machine. It's possible this has some super early BIOS where it only works with the dual core CPUs, at which point I wasted my money on this thing, and this was like 90 bucks. I gotta stop buying these boards. I think maybe I ignore this system. Maybe it doesn't use FB DIMMs? Surely it does. I mean, it fits in for one, and number two, it's a 771 system. Most of them used FB DIMMs. Does regular DDR2 even fit? No. Where's that registered stuff? Out of the room. I put it out there to be super convenient. Huh. So, there was one system that I did want to build, and Unfortunately, it's one of those ones that didn't work with more than 8 gigs of RAM, and I need more than 8 gigs because... Oh, I'm getting hungry and tired. I want to build a NAS. And I'm going to put this back over. I'm surrounded. I am surrounded. Yeah, I'll move this. I'll be right back. Oof. I mean, I can't complain too much. We've had some success, some failure, lots of failure, but that's just kind of the nature with used hardware. And sometimes this stuff, it just doesn't survive sitting in someone's garage for 2 years, you know? Even if it worked when it went in there. So, here is the thing that disappointed me the most. Oh, wait a minute, we do have another system to look at. Hold on. Move this out of the way. Oof. This is a Jonesbow N4, I think. And I was going to build this into a NAS. Here I've got my RAID card to support SAS drives. It's a very pretty case. Look at that thing. That's a pretty case. The only problem is it only supports half-height cards and micro ATX. Front comes off. Whew. That's where your drives go. Did they not include the screws? They didn't. They didn't include the screws. I bought this 2 years ago. I bought this brand new and they didn't include the screws. And I never had the system to put in here. I'll figure it out. My intention was to use this ARC B50, put it in here, and use the system as sort of a NAS/video editing machine. Because that's a good video editing card. I need food. I need food fast. But unfortunately, the Intel ARC kind of really requires a newer system. So what I should probably do is I should probably just pick up an AM4 motherboard and use that 5600X in here, which would mean that I can't sell my... What am I going to do? If I was a smart man, I would just sell this, because I bought this for like $120 brand new, and now they sell for even more than that. Let's see. No, we didn't do Skull Trail. It was going to be the system before Skull Trail, because there were several generations in the 771 family. That motherboard, wherever I put it, still uses PCI Express 1.0, as well as some other previous gen stuff. Skull Trail was PCI Express 2.0, so significant improvement in modern usability there. You can slot in a 10 series card into a Skull Trail system and just have a good time, you know? It'll still feel like a modern system right up until you try to play Cyberpunk. Shoot, guys. I was hoping to have more to do today, but I've got plenty of empty cases and plenty of broken motherboards, or motherboards that just ended up being a disappointment in general. So, we tested this one, right? This one, I don't think this one worked. Yeah, that's right, the CPU fan thing was all bent up. How the hell did that happen? What I need to get is a modern micro ATX board that isn't this, because this is 2nd gen. Throw it in here and then we'd be off to the races, but I just don't think it's going to work. It's not in the cards right now. So, shoot. We had some success with that Fujitsu board, but I still need to figure out the front panel situation on it. As for the rest of this, I probably should clean this up before my wife gets home and absolutely murders me. But hey, I mean, we've had some success. Plus, we've got a Chief Tech Dragon case now, so I just okay. Yeah, I think we will have to do our own episode with that. Let's see. Catching up on chat at the moment. It was supposed to be organized, this stream. A lot of those boards worked before I put them away. And I brought them up here thinking it would be fairly easy, but I was wrong. And some of those boards I bought from eBay and they were tested working, or, like the case with that one that we just tried, brand new, and it was brand new. Sometimes things just die for no reason. So it was supposed to be a quick let's build like 12 systems stream. Not the case. Anyway, shoot. Now I got all this stuff. I was gonna do something with this too. This is a Frankenstein card. This is an RTX 3070. Mobile, like a laptop shit. Soldered to a full fat desktop card with 8 gigs of VRAM on board. I was gonna do something with this, but unfortunately, the system I was gonna use it in, motherboard doesn't work. So, and I've got the problem with that one workstation that I was gonna sell, but of course, there's no drive bays in the case, so I can't put any hard drives in. That was my fault. I bought that on Facebook Marketplace for $10. I should have expected the Fractal case for $10 to be missing the drive cages, but I digress. I think what I should do is immediately clean this off, otherwise I'll put my hand in it and get this crap everywhere. So, we made some progress compared to last stream, but I think there's going to be another. If we don't put this B50 in this case, the Johns Rowe N4, I do actually have the full height bracket. I could install that and put it in the full height case. I got a Threadripper CPU sitting over there that needs a home. What a travesty. Oh boy. Let's see, mixed results. Yeah, that's true. Mixed results are better than none. Let's see. 4060 worked, 5050 didn't. Oh, weird. I wonder if it tried to pull too much power from the PCIe slot. Do I have any other systems that I could do something with? You know what? I think there is. What's this? We have a ITX board. Has a full-length PCI Express slot. It's a dual-core E4600. It has 512 megabytes of RAM. This might be a very limited machine, but if this works, we could build something with this. I need this out of here, though. Plus, we did have this HP system that was working. We were going to give this to Braxton, though. I don't know if we want to build anything with it. Okay. Let's find out if this works. I should probably go get my DDR2 back. That needs cleaning. Darn it, we're building something today. My hands are shaking. I need food. I didn't have dinner last night. I didn't eat breakfast today, so I'm hungry. Think that this is socket 775. Yes, it is. Okay. Think that's on. Two COM ports, two serial. This was probably a industrial motherboard of some sort, rather. I'm dying. We need a power supply. We don't need FB DIMMs. Where's that crappy one? We certainly won't need any more than 400 watts for this. This only uses a 20 pin instead of a 24 pin. Interesting. And the placement is also very inconvenient. If this wants to go right into that fan, let's grab a twist tie, a super long one, and get that out of the way. Does this work? Power button. Front panel. Would be nice if this worked. Oof. Hey. Okay. Yeah, this works. Now, let's grab a graphics card for it. This GTS 250 will work. We will want more than half a gigabyte of RAM, though, I'll tell you that much. So let's slide that on in there. Get our VGA connected. This could be a half-decent Windows XP machine. Hey, okay. PCI Express works. We do have some DDR2 sitting right there. I wonder if this will work. It's 1 gig DIMM. For this, we only really need 2 gigs. It's a perfect number, 1 gig per core. No fucking way. Okay. And we do 2 gigs. I don't know what chipset this is. It doesn't say. What it does say is, please give me more RAM. Are we going to have a system that just works? Surely not. That looks like a no. Oh, the missus is going to be pissed if I don't get this cleaned up before she gets home. That's why I need to end this stream in about half an hour. Alright, so it doesn't like both sticks. I'll be right back. I need more RAM. Okay. A couple of options. This might not support fast memory. What's this speed? Yeah, this is 533. I have a sneaking suspicion that if I put 800 in there, it's not going to work. We're going to try it anyway. That doesn't look like it's happy. Wait a minute. I don't think so. Wait, oh yeah, hey. Okay. I mean, that's 1 gig. Let's throw us, this is a Corsair memory. It's the CWX, I think, XMS2. So it's good memory. I haven't tested it, so it might be bad memory, but if it is good, it's good. I would like to have 2 gigs. That's like the bare minimum for oh, yes. 2 gigs. Okay, we have a build. Get this shit out of here. Now, I'm thinking, do we leave this perfectly adequate but ugly CPU cooler on here? Or do we see if I have anything half decent that works with 775? What do you guys think? It's an E4600. It doesn't use a lot of power. It doesn't create a lot of heat. I'm just making a minefield for myself. Let's see. Oh, that sucks. Prices are going crazy right now. Let's see here. Yeah, that's true. That was a different motherboard, though. However, I think that the Corsair stuff is also 2 ranked by 8. You know, it doesn't actually say. I don't know. Oh, absolutely. But let's... Got this H45. I don't know if... I think that this might actually support 775. I mean, maybe. Yeah, that's not super useful. Let's just grab a... No, that's not it. No, it does not support 775. Shoot. Well, there goes that plan. Surely I've got something that does. I think that the, oh, there was another one that I used recently that did. This doesn't guarantee it. Nope. This one. I think that this one supports 775. It doesn't say it, but I'm 90% sure it does. This is so overkill. I don't even think that this would fit on that board. I think we use the stock cooler. I think that we're just going to use the stock cooler. Oh, shoot. I need some 775 coolers, don't I? Well, actually, I've got this one. $11.5x. Okay. Yep, stock cooler it is. Well, let's grab a case. Oh! Almost fell there. Okay. For those of you coming late, this stick of ram's bad, so it makes a really great knife, though. Oh. Oh, this is micro ATX. I thought this was an ITX tower. Oh. My mistake. We're gonna keep going anyway because I want to build something today. And I want at least like one successful build. That would be nice. Let's see. Oh boy. We have one more system to look at, and it's Augies. I got time, I think. Because the truth is, there really isn't much to do with Augies. I'll be talking about some compact flash adapters, as well as hard drives, and that'll be about it. I won't be building it today. I don't have time, and I need to get Windows 98 installed, and I do not want to do that on stream. That would take so long. I don't know where my 98 disk is. So, this is going to be cute, and it doesn't matter if it doesn't fill up the whole case because you can't see through the side panel anyway. And, you know, I probably do have a I/O plate for this, but I know where it is. Perfect! Or at least as perfect as it's going to get. I know the case comes with screws, but I don't care that much. Uno. Maybe I should care. Oh, here we go. Come on, you little bastard. I can see it, I just can't grab it. There it is. One, I need 3 total. There we go. 2, 3. This is going to be a cute little computer. You know? Look on the bright side. So, do we even have... We do have a fan. Okay. Plug this in right here. This is like the craziest compact motherboard I've ever seen. We need a BIOS battery. Eh. Give me that. There's one. Alright, we're rushing now, boys. Got 20 minutes. Maybe a little longer if I push it. I need a couple of things. Now, somewhere here I have a USB 2 to 3 adapter, a second one, not the one that I used earlier. Hell if I know where it is though. It's not like I've got a bunch of shit everywhere. Well, that would never happen. We might have to forego it. We do have front panel USB 2, so it's not the end of the world if we can't get the USB 3 connected. It would just be nice if we could. I don't think I'm finding it anytime soon. So, let's just get our... I mean, there's not a whole lot of cable management to be done in this case, but I guess we do have... Oh. That was damaged in shipping. I'm sure Elmo's not going to be pleased to see that. I don't think he's here at the moment, though, so we just won't tell him. Because I don't mind. It's a cheap case. And the fact that I have the case at all is already just... I mean, I couldn't afford this. Elmo bought this for us. Especially considering I'm trying to raise enough money to get that, that camera. So these are USB and audio. Slide those through here. And then right back out. Audio here. And USB. Oh, that is a stupid cable. Why is it split down the middle like that? That's terrible. USB goes here. Come on. No, it doesn't go there. That's the front panel. I'm dumb. USB goes here. Okay, that'll get tucked out of the way. And I'm not going to put our graphics card in yet because that would just make it impossible to do anything. Wait. This is the front panel connector. What if you have a non-standard front panel motherboard? There's a bunch of those. I don't like that, but in this case we do have a standard one, so it doesn't really hurt us. Come on. Okay, there's that. And USB 3, of course, is going to be ignored for now. I do have that adapter within grabbing distance. I just don't know where. So, there's not a whole lot of cable management we can do here. That's kind of the problem. Now in theory, we just need a power supply and graphics card, so let's pop this out and pop this in. Now I need, these will do. I know this probably isn't being seen super well, so I'll adjust that. One more. Wait, where do I put drives? Oh, you mount them to the bottom, or to that little sled thing there, but I'm not going to do that. Let's grab an SSD, I think. How big do we need? It's going to be Windows XP. Small's good, right? Yeah. Got an Intel 80 gig here. I think that's going to be just fine right there. Okay, need a couple more screws. One. We technically only need 2, but I'm going to try to get 4 of them. 2, 3, 4. Oh, hell yeah. Wait, that one's too long. Nope. 4. Can I get one more that matches? So I don't have 3 of one type? Yes, I can. Okay. Let me put this one. Nope, not that one. This one back. Perfect. Okay. Let's get that mounted up. I think we're going to face the SATA connectors towards the front of the case. You can't see that. There. Good stuff. What a case, though. I think these go for like 25 to 30 bucks. I don't actually know how much this costs because Elmo got it for us, but it's a good case. Unironically. Just good. Now, if I had a fan controller, I could put a fan in front or a couple fans. I don't care that much to do so, though, because this is not gonna. It's not gonna make that much heat, is what I'm trying to say. We have an exhaust fan. And our power supply is also going to function as an exhaust. Where did I put it? Is that it? Yes. We want to use this EVGA one because we got it for free. Might as well. Came with that fractal design case that ended up not working for us. Okay, now to go screw searching again. I'm not. Well, maybe I can find some black screws. 1, 2. That's technically enough. 3. No way that we're just gonna find enough black screws. 4. Oh my god. I didn't expect that. I thought we were going to have like 2 black ones and 2 silver ones. One. Two. Move this. 3. Last one. Hey, 4. Okay, we need a SATA cable, of course. And I've got a whole bunch of brand new ones right here. I'm going to need a straight one. Can't use a right angle one, and these are all right angled. Okay, that's not going to work for us. Hey, where's that tiny one that I brought in earlier? that super small SATA cable. Suppose it doesn't matter. I see some over here. Oh, there's SATA cables everywhere. Just all of them are just out of reach. There's no window on the case, so no one's here to judge me if I use bright red. And in. There's no cable managing this mess. And the one part that I didn't think about before mounting the SSD down here. Got it. Somehow. And this. So we're going to want it to be like this. Got it. Okay. P4 connector here. I think what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to do some OEM style shenanigans where we zip tie part of this like up here to the power supply, or we do something like this. That might work. Yeah, I think that'll work. Ta-da! Zip ties. Again, no one's going to see this because there's no window on the case. This could make a pretty good giveaway PC at Vintage Computer Fest. If anyone happens to be willing to donate $5 towards that 4K camera, now is the time, because the PCs I thought that I was going to be able to build in order to sell, it's, well, not happening. Not yet, at least. I gotta get some different cases, some more, motherboards that aren't broken, that kind of thing, you know? Maybe pick up a sound card. Now, this one, I don't know. I think we just need another zip tie. Zip tie this to here so it doesn't get in the way of our CPU fan. Now, I don't know how long this system's going to last, because these chipsets, I mean, we've got some airflow from the exhaust fan right here, but I don't know if those chipset heat sinks are going to be adequately cooled. And this is what OEMs liked to do, was zip tie some of the cables up to the actual power supply itself. Perfectly acceptable thing to do. And the rest, we're just, that's, having a an 8-pin plus a 6-pin is really laughable on a 400-watt power supply. The rest we're just gonna stuff into the back. So, let's get the back closed up. That's not the back panel. This is the back panel. Yeah, perfect. No one will ever know. Well, they'll know immediately. Let's get that put back on. Honestly, this isn't a half bad looking computer. Other than this one cable, which, because it's a SATA cable, there's only so much I can do, but that right there looks to be somewhat okay. Again, not much I can do. This, however, I can get rid of. About the best I can do with this case, to be honest. So, before I put the panel back on, let's verify that it still functions. I need a keyboard. I wonder if this SSD has an operating system on it. This might have like pfSense or something. Power cable. Oh, VGA. Okay, let's see what we get. I mean, it's quiet. Ish. As soon as we're done here, I think we're gonna call it. I am so hungry. I'm gonna order a Casey's pizza, I think. So, hey. Yep. 2 gigs of RAM. Defaults loaded, that's fine. Delete, we're gonna just load optimize defaults. Yes. And save and exit. So, I'd like to install Windows XP, but I don't think I have XP on here. We'll find out shortly. I do. What? Enable the Local Advanced Programmable Interrupt Controller, APIC. The x64 based operating system you are loading, this is not a 64-bit operating system. Huh. Well, let's get into the BIOS and see what that's all about. Standard features. Nope. Advanced. Sure. Hard disk. Sure. APIC is enabled. Let's try disabling it. I think maybe I do want to put the side panel on, just so my hair doesn't, you know. Okay. I might have to come back to this. We have a system built. It functions. I don't know why it's trying to... Let's go back into the BIOS. I don't know why it's trying to do that, because we are not loading a 64-bit operating system. It thinks we are, though, for some reason. Get me into the BIOS, damn it. There we go. Okay, that was under advanced, I think. There we go, yeah. Disabled to enabled. And first boot device. Okay. I think enabled. I think what's going on is there's a 64-bit OS, probably like pfSense or something, on that SSD, and something's just not jiving with the rest of the system, and it's not trying to boot from our iOD ST300. I don't know what the boot number is going to be, so we're just going to see what happens. It should automatically pick it up. Delete tender setups, escape skip memory test. I don't know what button's going to be the boot option menu. Damn it. Let's unplug the iOD and see if that continues. No, it was the iOD. Oh, shoot. Okay, then. Well, I think I'm going to have to do something very silly and just put like a DVD-ROM drive just hanging out the side of this just until we get XP installed. In the meantime, let's do something extra silly. This isn't going to work, but it would be funny if it did. Oh, I gotta go in like a minute. I gotta get this cleaned up fast. There's no way this just works. It's loading. It's not loading Windows XP. And there's dust everywhere still from when I hit that fan. I think Legacy USB is enabled, but I don't know about this one. Oh boy. I don't think that this is a bad graphics card. I don't. I think this is an incompatibility with the ISO that I'm trying to load. It was going to be Windows 10. Let's try one more. I accidentally formatted my SSD during one of my installs recently. So all the ISO files I usually have on here, surely there's no way that this just works. This is Cache OS. I've only got Cache, Windows 10, and Windows XP on here. Windows XP didn't want to boot. I will figure this out later. I've got less than like 2 minutes before I have to go, as in go. So, because Olive is off work in 3 minutes. And then she'll be on her way here, and I gotta get this. Ooh. Okay, will Cache even work with 2 gigs of RAM? Will Cashy work on the Core? This is like an early Core 2. This is an E4600. It's not even a good Core 2. Surely this isn't just going to work when Windows wouldn't. I think this is where we're going to get stuck. The AMIC linker cache. I've had it get stuck here before on much more modern systems, so yeah. No way. No way. Come on. This is a GTS 250, by the way. There's no drivers for this for modern Linux. There aren't. They dropped that a long time ago. Sure, we could probably get away with... Oh, what the hell's it called? The default one. Sounds vaguely French. The one you have to disable when you install NVIDIA's proprietary drivers. Someone tell me in the chat. Where's my mouse? There we go. It's possible, but I didn't change anything before setting up Cashy. If we get to the installer, we are not going to continue. I am so out of time, and Cashy's not going to be on here anyway. This is going to be Windows XP, and I'm going to give this away at Vintage Computer Fest. I just want to know if it gets to the actual, you know, the installer. It says it has reached reached target graphical interface. So maybe if we just wait a little bit. No, I agree. This is not the target hardware for CashOS. Absolutely not. It just happens to be the only Linux OS that's on my iOD ST300. Again, because I accidentally formatted it during an install recently. I don't think we're going to get to the actual install GUI. I don't think we will. I'm surprised we got this far, to be completely fair. Now, Mint or Lubuntu, those would probably run fairly decent on this. But I wouldn't recommend this, even with Linux, for a modern, someone's actual modern computer. 2 gigs of RAM is pushing it. 4 gigs I can make useful, but 2 gigs, I don't know. Kind of the minimum I have for running a modern OS is you got to have at least 4 cores and at least 4 gigs of RAM. I most often like to give at least 8. 6 is a nice in between if you can't do 8, but I can usually do 8. I don't think this board can even do 4 though. So we'll give it 60 more seconds. Yeah, the Nouveau driver, thank you. Nouveau probably supports the GTS 250, but even that's kind of an ask. The GTS 250 is ancient. So, oh boy. Antix is a good option. I haven't actually used it myself, but I've heard really good things about it. 30 more seconds and we're gonna call it. Again, if anyone wants to assist me in getting that 4K camera, I could use the assistance. But we'll see. Maybe I just throw some of these things up on eBay, the slightly busted boards, and say, hey, motherboard CPU combo, $5. That might help. The thing is, I don't know if this is compatible with 2 gig DIMMs. This might be like an like a G41 chipset. So we might have 2 by 1 gig as our max. So yeah, I actually do have Intel special 4 gig DDR2 DIMMs, but they didn't work on the last one that we tried. It is such a toss-up if those even work on Intel systems. So I think we're going to go ahead and call it here. CashEOS got further than both of the Windows editions that I tried, XP and Windows 10. I probably just have the wrong XP ISO. This should be the this should be Windows XP 32-bit, but maybe I loaded the wrong one. I don't know. Either way, with that, I've got to clean before my wife comes home and absolutely just murders me. So, oh no. And just in case you're wondering how bad it is, it's pretty bad. Okay, let me catch up on chat before we go. Let's see. Saw that one. Message retracted. Let's see. That's it. That's it for tonight. Thank you for joining me on the stream. We had some ups. We had a lot of downs. A lot of dead hardware. And a couple good ones that weren't quite dead, but we'll see how that goes. I need to figure out the front panel on that Fujitsu board. I'm just so stoked that it worked. Worst case scenario, I don't connect the front panel and we just flip the power switch to turn it on and off every time, because that seems to work so far. I got to figure out some sort of drive mounting situation for that workstation board that I was going to sell. It is very unfortunate that the fractal case is missing the drive mounting cages. I might just have to switch to a different case. I don't want to, because if I switch to a different case, I'm going to be selling that at a loss. But I think that's just what I'm going to have to do, sell it at a loss, because I got to make some money for that camera. So I really appreciate you guys. Stuff does happen. I have been streaming for a little bit over 7 hours, a little over 6 hours. I think I started about 5 to 8 minutes early, and it's now 5 minutes past. So I gotta go. Wish me luck.